Fuck yeah. Let's go. Right. Friends, we're going to play Cave Story. I am so excited for this. My chat has scrolled up for some reason. Why not? There we go. Oh, and it's going to be a very casual playthrough, because I've not played this in 15 years. No. Well, when did it come out? Like 12, 13 years? Oh, there you go. 10 years, exactly. Actually, wow. What's the date today? Is it like the 12th? Yeah. A year and 4 days since I last played... 10 years and 4 days since I last played this. Nope, that's August, because it's American date format. God damn it. Okay. 10 years and 2 months since I last played this game. That's pretty good. You're thinking of a game... Oh, BPM, right. Yes, I've seen BPM. It looks kind of goofy fun. No. Cave Story time. Right. We're gonna start a new file. Yes. Let's go original. I'm too afraid. Yeah, original. Let's go. I also need to move this because I did, before stream, a little bit chilly, which is very unusual for me, and I put on my jumper. And now I need to move my jumper out of the way because it was too warm by the time I started. But I don't want to show it off because look at my jumper. Look at my jumper. It's amazing. It's Hadestown. You all know it. You all know it. You know I love it. That can go in. But... Oh, things are falling. Things are falling where I don't want them to fall. Need to grab something from here quickly. Now I'm doing all this after the music has been faded out because we started the game, so this is terrible. Right, you go there. You fucking get back on here. Oh god. Right, that'll do. Let's stay where it is. You can go in that bag. Amazing. Sit up straight. Controller is ready. Someone's transmission. Oh, this is scrolling. This is scrolling without me pressing anything. Kazuma, Sue? Are you there? It's me. It's Kazuma. I was somehow able to escape, but I got lost. I'm in a shelter without anything inside. If you're reading this, please answer. Please? Right. Here is his cave story. Oh god, it's so nostalgic. I cannot believe that this is like has been literal 10 years. Oh. Spotify sometimes plays something from the soundtrack. The soundtrack's pretty iconic as well. You did numbers and you almost didn't get it wrong. That's what counts. That you almost didn't get it wrong. Oh, I didn't change my category. Thank you for letting me know. I was just being coy about the game I was playing. Oh, is it not? Apparently people don't use the Cave Story Plus category. They use the Cave Story category. Yes? Okay, well, let's do that. Yes, so Cave Story. This is it's a Metroidvania. It's very much a Metroid-style game. And... life refilled. I can save the game. Fantastic. I think the game is a little bit loud. The microphone might be also a little bit loud. Let me... that. Let me know about volumes and stuff. Appreciate it. Right, so we're a little guy. And that's it. We're just a little guy, we're jumping around, we're in a cave. The story, I think. This is the first cave. Let's go left. Health. I remember very little about this. I remember a lot of the main beats of the story, but I don't remember the layout or locations or weapons or strategies or anything. You know we can't jump out of water. Too cheeky like. We can. we be going this way? I don't know. Out. Hermit Gunsmith. Hello. Polar Star. Alright, I think we maybe can't go right. Transmitting. You're sitting at the desk now. Fantastic. Very exciting. Searching for Sue. One Sue found. Sue! Answer me. They're looking for you. Are you asleep or what? Your brother is so lonely. That's the problem here. Okay. We got a gun! Congratulations, guys. We acquired a gun. Now I can kill the innocent native fauna of this cave. Like, you know I always wanted to. Picking up their Doritos that they dropped. Building my health. I have not taken damage yet because I'm just so good at the game, you know? Door is angry. Get out of here. Get out of here, door. Come on, Sue. Type something, will you? Starving over here. I'm so hungry with it that I even ate a cockroach. Just kidding. But just so you know, if I get to that point, I'll do it. Ah. Give me the key. No way. You're trying to protect that Sue girl? She's an outsider. Sue is a good person. I won't betray Sue. Rocco. Next time that the doctor shows up, someone else will be taken away. If Sue isn't turned in, you could be in danger. But just hand over the key. Hello. Come to help you fight crime. What? You're not an enemy? But you are one of them. My name is King. I'm the number one in this village. Though I say number one, it doesn't really mean much. There are only 6 of us left in the village. Well, really, including Sue, it's 7. She's not one of us. She's just an outsider that came into our village. That Toroko took advantage of the commotion and escaped. Yeah. Okay. Now look at all this stuff we've got. Yamishi to farm, reservoir, cemetery, and Arthur's house. Save point. Yep. Love a good save point. Jeez, you scared me. Sue? Oh, you mean the girl staying at Arthur's house, right? Lives together with Toroko. That girl's a real cutie. She must be looking for flying dragons. Wonder if there really is such a thing. Dragons that fly in the sky. Imagine. Arthur's house. Can't look in the pots. Can't smash the pots. This is tragic. Of my gaming instincts. Fighting this friction. Shack.
Water
Shack.
and water and water, water.
Found a shack, guys. We shacked up high, Quacky.
It's not Terry's. It's mine.
Welcome in. Thank you for the water. Thank you for the chocolate. We're still ploughing through this last bit of Tony's. Not far, not long, not much left now. But I'm only eating it on stream, so it's been a while. It's locked. Well, okay. This is the farm where we grow flowers. My job is to protect this farm. To us Mimiga, these flowers are a precious source of food. But not the red flowers. I heard that if we eat the red flowers, our blood pressure skyrockets and we'll die in an instant. Fortunately on this farm we don't grow those vile red flowers. That would be pretty wild. On this farm, we grow food and instantaneously lethal poison. Two genders. Benki, you know it. A man of class, a man of taste. Decided to saw the table to fit. Fantastic. Oh, it's not the bossy area. You can tell it how big it needs to be. Assembly hall and hello. Cemetery. My name is Jack. I'm the number 2 in the village. Beyond here is Mimiga Cemetery. There, our hero Arthur rests eternally in peace. What am I doing here? Mushrooms have taken over Mimiga Cemetery, so I'm keeping watch to make certain that they don't come into the village. You're doing a bang-up job. You're the boss of all tables? Oh dear. Didn't know that. Flames billow in the fireplace. There's something on the other side. There now. Is this Fez? Hit the map. What did Becky do in the Quill stream? Oh no. What happened? Causing outrage. I don't think I have fall damage. I'm gonna go to the reservoir. Oh, I see. Benki the Sim, not Benki the... Look at that fish. Look at this guy. The music stays, but I wish it wouldn't fade out quite so much. I need to just, like... Hello. Draw your attention to this. There we go. Look at the guy. See this? This is the quality of game development. We don't get fish like this anymore. They're all 3D modelled and beautiful polygons. This is a proper indie game fish. Okay. Let's destroy this fish. Ugh. Anyway. Hello. Sue? Yeah, Sue. That cute girl who's always hiding inside Arthur's house. She recently came to Mimiga Village. She fell into the reservoir there. I don't think she's very fond of us. Seems like she hates everyone in the village, but she's a Mimiga. Same as the rest of us. Sparkle. She shines brightly, a silver loquette. Yeah. Can I escape? Fine. I'm fine. Fine. As your face when you saw the table didn't fit. I kind of want to attack the fish, but also at the same time he's just vibing. Wah! Yep. Go. Hand over that key. No! My stoic presence here is. Ah! Torako! Don't underestimate me! I don't remember if I have fall damage to contend with. Hello? Oh, no, my game just minimized. Let's see if I get... Get pinged? Did I get pung? Did I get notificationed? I think so. My game just minimized. Okay. Thought it closed for a second. Worried. Need a screenshot of the fish. Oh, Eli's first emote, that would be something. Pixel art as well, you could easily either reproduce it or cut it out perfectly. Jack. Jack, still something behind the fire. Yeah. You jerk. Ah. Wait. Don't. Ahead. Ow. Up you one. Up you one time. It's fine. Non-lethal, Les. Help me, help me! Huh? You're not the doctor? Oh, sorry about that. The doctor's such a cruel and evil person. He goes up in the village and kidnaps Mimiga, at times even killing someone. Doctor, he killed my older brother. Ah, that pendant. Picked it up for me. Who gave it to me? Or Sue gave it to me? Not question mark. But I don't want it anymore. King gets bent out of shape when Sue and I get along. Please keep it. Oh yeah! I found you. No use hiding from me. I've got the nose of a clever harrier. Indeed. Yes, he has the nose and the brain of a dog. Misery. I found her first. You too, you're with the doctor. You must be Sue. The great doctor has summoned you. Come along with me. Huh? I'm not Sue. Wah! Balrog, the rest is up to you. I'm the wrong person. Told you. Not this again. I always have to clean up. I'm the one who found her, not Misery. So what's up? You want to fight me with that little pea shooter? Come on then, I'm a gamer. Understood. Oh. Not very maneuverable. Ooh, oh. Release me at once. Hey. I'm not sure what happens if you say no. I haven't played it enough times to... I've never watched this. And I've not played it enough to either remember or even try it. I think I might have tried it once, maybe. I've played through it twice, for sure. I guess it was 12 years ago and 10 years ago, though, so I don't know. The details escape me. When I do the voices, it's a fun thing to do. I like the idea of doing voices more, but it's like how hard I want to go on it is I don't know. It's not my nature to go like full on with the voices, but maybe I'll try and do it more. I'll remember this. Peter Balrog, fantastic. Doritos. Doritos for me. Well, that was unfortunate. Huh? Hiroko has been kidnapped. Bah. Now the only girl left in the entire village is Sue. Alright, fucking... Crack mind. Health back. We can heal, and we can save. Oh. Arthur's house key. Could be at least one more copy somewhere. Hiroko. She feigns ignorance. I wonder. Maybe Jack would know something. Nor me, sure. Talk to you again? Arthur's... What did you say? Hiroko's been kidnapped. Terrible. You have to inform King. Not Hiroko too. Hiroko's older brother Arthur was our strongest warrior. He was killed by the doctor himself, and even able to protect Hiroko. There are 2 keys to Arthur's house. Hiroko has one of them. The other is inside Mimiga Cemetery. You mean this Mimiga Cemetery? Ah, mushrooms! No one warned me about the mushrooms. Ah. Creepy little Tonberry looking guy. I do. Pet cemetery. If your pets are mushrooms. Arthur's grave. True Mimiga hero Arthur. Mimiga? I'm not quite sure. I'm going to use them probably quite interchangeably. Got him. Blasting. Just started blasting. Don't talk to you in case you take the key off me. I know that this game has a lot of... well, maybe not a lot, but it has some branching or alternate, like, ends that... How is it all such gems? The red flowers. Kazuma, just so you know, if I get to that point, I'll do it. So this is... allow teleportation to egg corridor. Egg? We teleport to the egg corridor, guys? It's like I always wanted to do. Ever since I was a young boy, I dreamed of being teleported to the egg corridor. Oh god, that thing at the bottom, I remember you. Hello. Watch out for that little white thing moving back and forth down below. Its touch is as deadly as it gets. Noted. Now, am I being a damn fool? Think that I can actually sneak in behind it. Yeah. Give me that. It's a corridor full of eggs, I believe. For example, this one. So on. And other classics. Such eggs you might recognise from TV as 16. Oh, I'm more shooty now. My Doritos have made me strong. Oh. Oh, I'm even stronger now. Look at this power. Eggs and egg-shaped objects. There are at least egg-shaped objects. They are, in fact, eggs. Look at me just decimating me. What is this? Who is he? Ah. Well. There's a situation. There you are, you monster. You don't scare me. Grower. What? You want some of this? Take your best shot. Even my big brother has never beaten me. Ouch! You got me. Sorry, I'm sorry. Who are you? Ah! Just shoot him! Shoot him in the back! Oh my god. Video game protagonists, what are they like? Oh, hi. Hey, this is highly unusual. You're a soldier from the surface, are you not? Who is your blonde pal? What? You lost your memory? You better wander around until the batteries run out. Talking is a free action. Taking, yeah. Like, I'm the villain and I'm going to kidnap this female character, therefore you have no agency to stop me. Hello? Oh my god. Oh, that's right, you get hit and you lose your juice. You lose your juju, that's how it works. Frog, hello. Get fucked, I mean, if you insist. Since you asked so nicely. How are you doing? Hope your move has been going well. Hello? How are you doing? Go that way. I give this up. I hope you are successfully moving Moving and or grooving. If I just put me on the big screen, oh no. Don't know if I belong there. Or like some kind of Hollywood star. Although this game is deserving of attention. I'm guessing that nobody is very familiar with this game, than Benki, I think. Oh, is that Max Health or is that... Save points. This is Cave Story. It's a very kind of classic indie game boom Metroidvania. Very, very good. Very wild. Very like unassuming because of the art style, and it's kind of cute, and the music's very kind of bloopy, but it kind of goes places. There's a lot going on, and he plays really well. Yes, Eli has done has had some table problems today. I realise my chat is not up properly. There it is. There you are. There's a little note here. I can't really get any closer to the observation room because of the shield. There should be a terminal that can remove the shield somewhere. Red flower petals litter the floor. Lion Dragon Egg 8. Six. Egg stasis abnormal. Number 6. Number 1. Abnormal. Examine further. Alright, 1 and 6. The most dubious of eggs. Would I recommend it to Hollow Knight players? Yes, I would. It's more of a Metroid game, Metroid style, because it's a shooter rather than a slasher. But it's very, very good. I wholeheartedly recommend it. Did Afaj beat the thing he was working on in his last stream? I didn't see the end of it. Is he fully completed out? And has he done the last thing in that area? Missile launcher. Yeah. You have no idea. Fantastic. Weapons work. Ah! Shoulder buttons. Missile launcher. Pea shooter. Polar star thing. That launcher. Okay. We got weapons. We got weapons. Good. Okay, so this is 3, this is 4. Ow. Jeez. Hey. Hello? What are you? Help missiles. Killed by the little thing. Oh, I have to go underneath to get back because I can't jump back up. Yes, I can jump back up because I can go this way. Look at me, platforming. Platform boy. That's where to do. Hit. There we go. Egg number 6. ID card. Oh, that will disable the shield. Great. Using context clues. Environmental storytelling. Semi-environmental storytelling. It was literally read to us as text. Oh, it was still in the environment. It was text that was in the environment. Right, we leveled up our rocket launcher, which is nice. Oh! second. We have a second to reach out. How the tables have turned. Has Frog seen that emote yet? Frog, are you perceiving the emote? The answer is no. He will likely be doing an activity tomorrow. Okay, okay. What's to do still? All those achievements as well. Steel Soul. Hidden achievements. There is randomizers, of course. Randomizers forever. Where the hell did you come from? I cannot reach you, my friend. You will have to... Ow! Yeah, now you have to die. I was going to say you'll have to just live, but I've changed my mind. Achievies, yes. Got to get them Chivos, as the kids say. Right, egg number 1. Abnormal. On here. Bits. And insert the ID card. Shield removed. Look at this. This is like baby's first Metroidvania right now. It's gonna get more intense. Ooh. Activated. Disactivated? Deactivated. Ah, now we have a boss. I'm gonna assume. Fair enough. Grower. Professor's very important test eggs. Very important. Won't let anyone near them. Alright. Oh, he's blasting. Oh, he's blasting. Oh, he's blasting. We got him. Huh? Got him. Oh dear. Defeated Igor. Little happy jingle as the guy's laying dead on the floor. Oh dear. It won't open. The save room? You can't let me not open. You can't not let me open the save room. 80% more how? Begif. Thank you for the gifts of to Eli. And that's not all I've got to say. Also, thank you for the gifts up to Yoni. You're on thin ice, mister. You better watch yourself. Have a good stream. You're going to run away and wash your hair. Grog, you're so brave. Grog, as we all know, God gives his hardest battles to his gayest soldiers, and we all believe that you have the power to wash your hair. Report this to the authorities, yes. I will tell the weird giant rabbit guy about you, and he'll come and politely growl at your face. Whoa there! I haven't lost yet. I'm going to take it serious now. Huh? I got knocked out by that monster. You saved me? No, you were just hanging out in here. You're no help. Oh, this must be it. Egg number 0. We can get off the island with this egg. The condition is normal. Awesome. Password. Looks like I need a password to hatch this egg. If my big brother were here, he'd fix everything. There's nothing to do here. I guess I'm out. Very to the point. I like it. Are you from this island? You don't seem like you are. The letters on your cap aren't from here. Maybe you're lost. Fine, I'll let you come with me. We can get off this island together if you want. But in return, you're going to have to help me. Lozzie, your phone is at 17%. This is true. Your phone, all the best. Alright. Something down there to the right. Looks like an edit. Ouch, ouch. My health seems low now. I'm sure I just got it refilled. Oops. Okay. Where are we going? Where are we going? Probably back to the building. Be there. Guy, I wish you were not there. I can't get up there. I love how cute all the enemies are. They're just happy little guys jumping around and then blasting them to pieces. Maybe it's a commentary. I don't know. I can gun pogo. Oh, now I can also shoot up. I don't know why I didn't think I could shoot up. I don't know why I didn't try. I feel like I had a memory of not being able to do it, but maybe I just didn't realise when I played it before. Right, well this changes everything. I need to go back to that room with the weird guy, which will definitely come out in that door there. Give me some more health. So, leveled up our knowledge. The beautiful thing. Yeah, watch out for the little white thing. More to say. You're just a weird robot who's just hanging out here. Okay. Back to Arthur's house. Connecting to network. I am chapped. Kazama, you there? You okay? Sue? Is that really you, Sue? Yeah, it's me. Sue Sakamoto, your sis. Weird thing to say. So you were able to escape too? Where are you at now? I found the dragon eggs. Is Mum with you? The door is jammed and I can't get out of here. Still in a shelter-looking sort of room. By the way, the code that you need to teleport is Bushlands. Try searching from your end. No, Mum isn't with me. I'm afraid she still might be with the doctor. Are any of the flying dragon eggs about ready to hatch yet? I found one that's almost ready to hatch, but it's locked up with a password. Can you do something about that? Can we do something about that? Retrieving information. Special instruction D. Anyhow, I'm on my way to go help you. Stay right there. Roger that. Do me a favour. Bring some food back on your He's disconnected. Okay. Is that boy ready yet? Welcome back. I've been waiting. Now what? I'm busy. Hiroka has been taken to the doctor. What? We're holding you responsible for this. Let go of me! Alright. Welcome back. Sue has returned. We locked her up inside a cage and up top the village. When the doctor's gang comes, we'll give them Sue in exchange for Toroko. Feel bad for Sue, but Toroko, she's
It's
one
not
of
Terry's.
us.
It's mine.
I don't need someone like Sue who only thinks of herself and no one else. Cody. Good evening. Good afternoon. I will have some of my Tony's. Chocolate only. Not very many pieces left now. We're almost ready to move on to my other bar of Tony's chocolate only, which is a different one at least. Let me out of here now. Shut up. Toroko was taken by mistake. Because of you. One way or another, I'm handing you over to them. I hate you. And that might have been a knock at my door. 1 second, friends. Okay. I'm probably back. Oh. There we go. Yeah, had a parcel delivered next door this morning, and then next door were out all day, so we couldn't pick it up. But now it has finally arrived. Literally, where can I put fucking anything on my desk? I'll have to do. It's fine. Hi, Johansson. How you doing? Do I have a strong recommendation on order of mic filters? I mean, I can give you a lowdown on what I'm using. Excuse me. I've got a gate, a compressor, an EQ, and then apparently I have a reverb? No, I don't. It's on fully dry. Okay. Technically I have reverb, but it isn't doing anything. Let me turn that off. Yeah, a gate to block the low threshold audio like background noise if it's happening while I'm not talking. A compressor to bring my voice up to a nice level amount, hopefully not to peak when I make a loud noise, which I don't usually do, but sometimes. And then an EQ just to, just to a little bit. And that's all I'm using, but it seems to work. People frequently comment on the quality of my microphone, even before I had this nice microphone, when I was using it to, I haven't got it with me, an SM58. I had people say, like, wow, your microphone's really good. Works, apparently. Spoilers. Whitney. Yes, we are playing Cave Story, and you need to play Cave Story. So, do take care. Good to see you either way. Can I have a green screen that doesn't do this every 12 seconds? How's that? Ooh, I pinned it. I'm really hemmed in my green screen now. It's like right here. That's my hand touching it. But it's finally wrinkle-free. Let's see how it works with a €7 clip-on microphone you haven't used in. Not as well, but it'll help. Better than just taking the raw audio. That would be rough. You literally just use suppression. Like a limiter or a compressor. Compressors are nice. So limiters will take the high peaks of the volume down to a maximum level. So anything that's too loud will get like pushed down. A compressor will do that and also bring the low parts up. So if I kind of speak quite softly, that should boost the audio. And if I speak more loudly, it will pull it down. So they're, close enough to the same level. With a little bit of variance still. Which is why when I speak softly, which I tend to do most of the time, I kind of tend to mumble or speak quietly quite often. It should bring that up to a level that's fairly audible, as long as the microphone can pick it up. Gate, compressor, equalizer, yes. And then the settings for each of those are very variable. The gate's quite simple, but the compressor you can do a lot with a compressor. And you can do a lot with an equalizer. So there's lots of options. Be happy to go through it with you at some point if you want to, but have a little play around and see what you can kind of do. If you have any way of rigging this up, is just to record a little section of speech, like 10 seconds or whatever, and loop it. And while that is kind of agonizing, hearing yourself especially looped, it'll give you something to tweak the settings on, so you can hear it in real time rather than having to sort of constantly be talking, which is probably worse. The noise suppression on an automatic thing. A Whitney as well, if you want to go through some mic filter settings, I will happily do that with you. Right, back to game. Let me eating. Giga. I'm in weird all black today. Like I'm going on my chair lodged against something. There we go. There we go. Now we're comfy. I was playing you, all black, except that, I have an Outer Wilds t-shirt, but that is also quite Whitney coded. You stream with voice today? Yes, Nilgar, I didn't, I got your message, obviously, I responded to it, but I didn't, wasn't able to stop around long enough to actually listen to if you were talking or not. But I didn't hear anything. In a level with a storm. Oh yeah, loud game audio. You can also compress the game audio. You could put the game audio through a compressor to bring that to a fairly level, a fairly even level. So the game isn't spiking with loud parts and really quiet parts. It'll make the quiet parts of the game louder, so they're more audible, and it'll bring the loud parts of the game quieter. You do, of course, lose the dynamics then, because sometimes you want that sudden surge in volume. For example, a horror game, you kind of want that. But there's some, you could have a gentle compression, so any really loud stuff is pulled down, and any really quiet stuff is pulled up a little bit. You own that shirt. I didn't know you owned this one, Whitney. And I knew you had one. This is a very good one. Level out the levels in loud levels, exactly. Right. Do we have game audio? I think we're just in a cutscene now, so there's no sound. If Taroko isn't safe, I'm gonna tear you apart. There we go. Game audio is back. Nice of you to join us. Oh, it's you. Sue's been taken upstairs. Said she's the reason Taroko was kidnapped. Andy, hello. It's the Oscar story. Kevin. I've been caught. The doctor's men mistook another Mimiga for me and kidnapped her instead. That girl, Taroko, she treated me so well when I had trouble getting used to everything. I have an idea. You can go in my place. My brother Kazuma is stuck in an area called Bushlands. Bring him back here. This is what happens to those who defy the order of the village. Okay. I don't think I have to worry about fall damage. How you doing, Andy? Welcome in. Are you familiar with Cave Story? Is the black area his mouth? Nobody knows, Nolgar. It's one of the mysteries of the universe. I have wondered the exact same thing. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. I don't know. He's either like kind of pursed mouth, very stoic, or he's kind of got like a wry side mouth smile. What's this? Santa's house? Santa's house. Blocks, of course. Look at these owl blocks. What a weird aura they have. Hello. You're a soldier from the surface. Hasn't the war ended already? No matter. If you want to venture any further, be mindful of those big blue critters. They'll try to crush you. Hello, my name is Santa. I went to get the mystery solved, guys. We found him. We've found him. Music is touch loud. Thank you. Boop. I went to get some water and was attacked by those monsters, so I ran back home, but I dropped my key on the way back. Now I can't get into my own house. Terrible. Can I climb this? Is this a ladder? Just some mysterious vines. Okay. Oh, they fly now? They fly now. Yeah. Everything's fine. Secret of Mana. I played Seiken Densetsu 3. Not to completion, I don't think. I don't think I played the original Secret of Mana. I feel like I played that one and possibly another one. But like a later one. I also don't know how many there were. Well, Seiken Densetsu 3 for sure, I definitely remember playing that. Where you choose the characters and you have like different stories based on which characters you choose. Very cool idea. Especially back then, when you had limited space in a cartridge and all that. Hello. More health. Don't mind if I do. Seiken Densetsu 2. Okay. That's sort of a Chrono Trigger. Right. That almost rings a bell. Like imagining that. I don't know for sure. I'm sure I've seen it, but I might not have played it myself. Okay, go in here, I guess. We've got also have the key now, so back there. Hi, how can I help you? You already meet with that wimp Santa yet? Seems harsh. All these fireplaces have holes on the other side. Your first RPG, one of your favourites. In 2D sprite form, the cringe parts of Japanese anime media isn't that noticeable. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's like a certain style which is hidden well by pixel art. What was the return like that? Oh, that's the key to my house. Thank you. Please, come over. I have something nice for you. Sit and rest. Whoops. Thought that was a bridge. Santa's house. Can you believe it? We finally made it. Yeah. Some spikes. Just a nice spike pit. Hang out on the side of your house. That's fine. Thanks again for the help earlier. I'd like to give you something. Fireball? Are you looking for someone? I haven't seen anyone around here. If you plan on going further in, you'll need to go through the fireplace inside Chico's house. Does that mean that the fireball lets me go through the fire? Not normally what fireballs do. Santa is a bunny. Everybody's a bunny. Or rather, the Namiga are all bunnies. The whole bunny peoples down here. In this cave. I guess this is a cave because they mentioned you being from the surface. And you're also a war. It's weirdly dark as this game. Kind of lures you in with cute graphics and then tells a pretty harrowing story in some places. We love that. We love a little dissonance every now and again. All these Doritos I'm not even eating. Making you want to replay this game? Just never play it on hard mode. I don't think I have. I think I have that. That's quite dangerous. I'm going to go through my fireplace. I thought you're going to need to get a bit of jellyfish juice. The big jelly has it. Beg your pardon? What did you just say to me? Oh, it's a weapon, the fireball. Hey, look at it go. Oh, now there's jellyfish. There's jellyfish now? Ow, 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 ow. Don't push me in the pit. You little sod. Us non-alcoholics call it cinnamon. Or what now? Fireball. Hello? Please don't be up there. I beg you. Nice. Blue fireballs. You all know blue is stronger. Just burning it in the entire countryside here. Fine. Reference to a meme. Oh god, do I have to click a meme? Trust Milgar. Maybe against my better judgment and click on a meme. That's what I see. Yes. I never drunk Fireball. I don't like cinnamon, so... be my preferred flavour of alcohol anyway. There's a big jellyfish. I see you. Oops. Huh? Oops. Fall off there again. It's fine. Hello. Is this the best weapon to use against this guy? There we go. Sorted. Obtain the jellyfish juices. Juice? Just one juice. Did you get the jellyfish juice? Great work. Okay. Alright. Jump. Oh, right. Remember this guy. Oh. Oh, in the spike pit a little bit there. Thankfully, I had iframes, I think. Right, it's fine. Everything's fine. It's all very under control. Yeah. Power supply room. It's locked. Everything's locked. Ah, I remember. I remember now. The frog. Health. Point. Lovely. But my camera that's not transparent. Of course there is. Why would the camera have... Why would the green screen have stayed where it was? Ooh. Ooh, it worked and it didn't even require me to fix anything else. Thank you. Constantly wrestling with this green screen, trying to make it be straight and be uncreased and cover the amount of space that I wanted to cover. Whoops. Hold. Pick up. Hey! Max missiles, nice. Kind of bite. Room with a skull over the door. That's slightly threatening. Yeah, we've got several doors here. What's this? Hey, you boy. How'd you get out of here? Would you please help me? Thanks. Please take this. Ah. That's locked. Interesting. Execution chamber. Let's see it. Oh, of course, like all the enemies respawn when I come back out of it. Oh well. They're creepy. Fans have been stopped. Someone turned off the power. If you want to turn them back on, look for the power supply room. Oh yes, of course, that was locked. Now we have a key. Look at it. Why do the bushes have eyes? The bushes have eyes? These things here? I don't know if the bushes have eyes. The blocks have eyes. And these little weird tombstone looking things have eyes. Hey. We done keyed up. It's a robot. Also, it's not powered on. Fan power supply offline. Malco power supply offline. Turn power on. Fantastic. Hello. Intruder sighted. Terminate immediately. Oh yeah! Hi, Balrog. Did you know that the Mimiga I found wasn't Sue? Yeah. Yep, she wasn't Sue. Because of that, the doctor was extremely upset. Misery received quite the beat down. Pity, since she's just a girl. Well, the master can't be disobeyed, so that's our fate. This time I'm here to break you for real. Better prepare yourself. Oh, the little sparks are hurting me. What damage? Hey. What are you? Peter Balrog. Just a big TV. Head's been crushed in. Its body is jammed into the floor. Pull its body out, maybe? Thank you. You are a good person. And on top of that, so strong. Thank you for saving me. I would like to do something for you to express my gratitude. But with that said, I am only capable of making bombs. You want to open the rusty door? What? Someone is trapped inside. You definitely are a good person. I understand. Let us make a bomb then. We will demolish the door. Please locate the following materials for the bomb: charcoal, jellyfish juice, and gum base. Let us make the bomb once all the materials have been amassed. Okay. Okay. Let us go quest. Oh, we can zoomies. Ah. That doesn't help. Oh no, it does because the fan's on. Okay, okay. Right. Plan. To rocket launcher the bats. Slightly unnecessary. I'd like to go get some more jellyfish juice and then go back to the place in the village where there was the fireplace. I can do that now. Then come back through, get more jellyfish juice, and go and set us up the bomb. Yeah, get shot. Back to the village. Let's go. Now we get a little bit more chill. Is it this house? No, it was the top one. Bubble line. Is that a weapon? There it is. Little bubbles. How cute. I don't think there's a fire to go through in the corridor. Ow. Actually did a lot of damage. That hurt quite a lot. Of course. That's fast enough. Okay. We're all doing fine here. Very low on health. Just a little mortal peril as a treat. Health? Yeah. Oh, that's really good now. Real fast. Real fast, and it goes real far. Right, we need jellyfish gems, and then we also need two other things that I don't know where they are. I can probably go further right now because I've turned the power on. You believe that? Oops. Ouch. Yeah. Didn't do that before. Right, now the power's on. I can get through here without going to the firefly as well. Extra little treat. Unless someone can tell me where I can find something. Santa might be able to tell me, but okay. How high can I get here? Oh, maybe I can't go through. Oh, maybe the fire bliss is already turned off, right? No, it's not. That's a shame. Can I make this? Oh, can I get... Yeah, can I? Yeah, there we go. This is a lot like the Polar Star, but it's a lot longer range. Like a little delay to the firing as well. Ouch. Use a bomb on that door? I guess that's a possibility. So you're looking for the materials. Did you say gum base? Wait a sec. Take this. Gum key. The key to the gum, I guess. It's hanging on the wall. The word gum was written on it. Sure, it must be related somehow. Counting on you, boy. Boy. Can I not do that? No, I can't unless I jump. Ha! More height when you jump, of course. Hey, distance when you jump. Oh, that one's go up. I can get over there, I don't think. Whee! Look at me go. Use the gum key. Amazing. Gum. Just gum. We have found gum. We have obtained gum base. Oh, hello. Hey. You again. Do you remember me? That's right. In Mimiga Village. I didn't notice at the time, but now I remember. I knew that soldier from the surface. I don't know how you were able to stay alive. Misery. That's the enemy. He might even be stronger than you, Misery. Is that so? Well, it's a good thing this soldier is your job. Break him for sure this time, then come back. Frog? He has now become Frog, destroyer of me. Oh, I see, I see. Get rid of the little frog. Do jumpies. Ouch. Alright. That's a shame. Get many missiles at you, my friend. Whoa. Getting there. It's fine. Everything's fine. Hey. Balfrog. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson? Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Go back this way. Hey. Okay, so we have one thing left. I don't think I can get up there. Try going from that top platform. Doesn't seem like I can reach. Oh, unless I can jump up here. Ah. Bushlands Hut. Do you by any chance have... Oh. Oop. Hello. You're terrible. Guy. And gone. Alright. How about them red petals, eh? A bit of a problem. Just jump into it like that. I want to talk to Santa, or maybe someone in the village. Tell me. Unless the robot can tell me something. Charcoal. Santa's fireplace mentioned having like charcoal burning or something. Got that on the way back from the village, couldn't I? I'm a fool to myself. Oh, that's a mood. Plough through everything, once again just annihilating the countryside. Got some charcoal. Hey. Okay, I have to go back and get some more jellyfish. But that's okay. Because now we can go back this way. You begun disassembling the table, and you fear it was a mistake. I'm sure you can figure it out. Like a jigsaw puzzle, you know? Think of it as a little warm-up to playing Outer Wilds. A little pre-puzzling. More jellyfish juice. This poor jellyfish is being juiced for all it's worth. Ah, how? Disaster. My tiny little bit of momentum just carried me forward when I jumped. Ah, God. Do I have the charcoal? No. You have the gun base, though. Oh. I have the jellyfish juice, though. The screws are wrong. That's a problem. Surely not your problem. Well, no, it's your problem. Surely it's not your fault. You were not the one who dictated which screws should be in. I see. Well, remains to be seen then, maybe. Inconclusive. But you. Thank you. Please contend, creatures, with my rolling blanket of fiery death. Oh, the game audio a tiny bit loud. I think when it's when I'm in the middle of combat, that does happen. I may have also been mumbling more than usual. That's fine. There's a save point right there. I could have saved. I could have saved this time, and I didn't. Fall to myself. Oops. Fire rockets, huh? If I break that block, he comes down and biffs me. Don't feel like you need to listen to all the songs on the playlist. I already did, Eli. Although one of them wasn't available. I forget the name of it. It was not in English, would you believe? I guess it's like a licensing thing where it's only available in certain regions. But I listened to the rest of them, and I think I will peruse and pick one that I like the most and try and approach it in some fashion. What's tricky is that whilst Norwegian and Swedish are really similar, Danish feels a little bit different to me. Danish feels a bit more of a departure from what I'm used to. So approaching the pronunciations of Danish words is going to be a little bit fiddly. But I can do it. I'll just be a bit more work. I couldn't tell you vaguely, even remotely, the names of any of the songs, if you ask me right now. Will you come shop, please? Honestly. Alright, I have all your destructive components, robot. The words are very similar, just the sound is different, yeah. Hi, Scion, how you doing? Have you gathered all the materials? Oh, it's some charcoal and jellyfish juice, the gun base too. I will commence making the bomb immediately. It is complete. Obtained the bomb. Just a bomb. It's just a bomb. I have a rocket launcher, by the way. Reminder, I have a rocket launcher. Now go and blow up the door. Let's go. Kaboom. It's me. We're trying to beat a challenge in BAR. The jingle just was repeated. BAR. Battle Action Revolver. A new game from Rockstar. I don't know what that is. Beyond All Reason. I don't think I know that one. Not familiar. You did well, boy. Just one look and I knew you could do it. My name is Kazuma Sakamoto. Please call me Kazuma. Luckily I was able to escape from the doctor, but then I was teleported here. It felt like I was about to die of total starvation. You're a real lifesaver. By the way, have you heard of a place called Mimiga Village? Sue? You know Sue? I see. So you've come to get me in place of Sue. I understand. Let's go. Take me to the village. Oh. Hello. Was that you, Kazuma? Professor Booster? So you're safe? Yes, somehow. How's Sue? She's safe. She's in Mimiga Village. This boy will get us there. Oh. Do you know him? No. Actually, we just met. Anyway, let's hurry and get to Sue's location. The doctor has started to gather the Mimiga. It appears he's taken notice of the red flowers. But Sue, is it? Will the red flowers work on Sue as well? Just like the others? Azuma, the doctor has commenced snatching the Mimiga. You understand what this means? So the doctor in the war? That's right. And now we're the only ones who can stop him. How are we going to stop the doctor? I have an idea. At any rate, let's hurry and get back to Sue. I went a bit transatlantic there rather than old man. Oh well, here we are. Let's discuss when we're there. I want you to come too. Can I just teleport back? Okay. Save. Amazing. Scored it from a mate. It's quite nostalgic. Is it a older game then? A teleporter. You seems to be suspended. How bloody convenient. Love any of the voices. It's fun. It is fun. Counting on you. Lead us to Mimiga Village. Zuma. Yes. Does that thing work? Yeah, looks like it still does. Up. Up. It won't stop! Alright. Good stuff. Classic goofery. Classic japes. Does this robot got anything else for me? I'm gonna make another one. I think they kind of bumped past me. Can't serve as any tea. So sad. No, don't fall on the spikes. I said don't fall on the spikes. Even listen to a word I said. Thankfully, we just served. Need to watch this wonderful cutscene again. No tea. It's tragic. There they go. We're flying through the whole level. I'm going to get some more jellyfish juice because I know it's going to probably be required again at some point. Not the rocket launchers, my god. Look. Has had better days. And to have anything to say about anything? So we can get more charcoal from him. That's suspicious. Makes me feel like that might be required later. I don't know. We can keep it in mind. That was Santa's house, yeah. Santa's just a guy. He's just some randomer. We're weapons of death? Yes, the Doctor plans to use the red flower to have all of you attack the humans. Why would he do such an awful thing? The Doctor is like a devil. Will he force Toroko to eat the red flower? The Doctor is still searching for the red flower. Good if he hasn't found the location yet. But if he finds the red flower, Toroko will be filled with rage and turned into a weapon of death. I won't let that happen. Ouch. You okay? Yes, but I really thought that we were going to make it. Kazuma and Professor Booster. Oh. How have you been? Surviving. And that Mimiga is... His name is King. He's the leader of this village, and also a friend of mine. He had me in a cage 12 seconds ago. Many Mimiga used to live here, in Mimiga Village, but most of them were taken away to the Doctor. King's friends were also... Hello, it's me. Good work. The bike is a complete wreck, but somehow we made it. The Doctor's scheme is moving along as planned. We need to hurry and do something about it. Welcome back. Seems like I owe you yet another one. With Kazuma here, I'm sure we'll be able to handle the password for that egg. Professor Booster, can we bring him along? Professor? Sue? Our escape must be put on hold for now. The doctor has found the location of the red flowers. Huh? As of yet, he doesn't have his hands on them. But it's only a matter of time before he does. Their location is the sand zone. I've heard that red flowers are there. Sand zone? So if we go there, we'll find the doctor? I fear it's not the doctor's minions. That it's the doctor's minions that will presumably go. We must eradicate the red flowers before they get their hands on them. However, Sand Zone is a very dangerous place. If we were to go, whether or not we make it back alive isn't... Are you giving up on them? Actually, no. We have just the right person here with us now. You. What is he? Well, he's an armed recon robot that was dispatched to this island 10 years ago. A robot? I had heard that they were all destroyed after the war. However, I don't know the exact details. Perhaps one of them... Professor, have connected us to the Sand Zone teleporter. You are the most ideal among us here to search the island. Yes, please help us. Question mark. Sand Zone, huh? Is there any reason to go back out here? Feel like it, but I'll check anyway. Can't be too careful. Was that fish just chilling out again? Stuff as you said before. Like a... maybe a path up there? Path is it? I've just got a roof on it. Okay. Guess let's just go. Sand Zone, look at that symbol. Isn't that what the hell's his name? Crocomire from Super Metroid. Is that not Crocomire's head? Exactly. Aha! Aha. Yeah. Oops. Okay, fell all the way back down again. Fantastic. It's the wine house. Hey! Look, a visitor after such a long time. I know what you want to do, but you better wake up. The Mimiga aren't the enemy. Totally harmless. I feel sorry for you. I'm on the Mimiga side, and I'm not going to lose to you. Can I not? The Mimiga are all attacking me. Terrible. One opened. I don't remember if I can actually hit the Mimiga here, but I'm gonna try not to. Level down? Oh dear, that's terrible. Oh shit. Rocket launcher! You always come out of the most inopportune time. They're fine, look at them. They're sturdy. Shooting up now. I might die. I might die. I don't remember. Ow. Whoa. I have died. I have indeed died. Alright, let's try it again. I was being attacked by... Hello, Link. I was being attacked by the robot who was defending the Mimiga, who thought I was trying to attack them. This one. Who knows who she is? How goes the story of the cave? It's fantastic. I did just die. But, you know... It happens sometimes. But you can't tell a story about a cave without breaking a few main characters. That's what I always say. What was over to the right here? Oh, I can kill you. Love to do that. Oh boy. See. Hint taken. Oh, you're coming in here, are you? That's what I wanted.
Water and water and water, water.
Which, hello. Lonk is such a nice guy. He fights Ganondorf and isn't afraid of anything. Ow. Huh? I don't make it up there. Keep that. There we go. More health, please. Hello, Lonk333. What a suspicious person to appear in chat all of a sudden. Alright, I'm trying to jump on the thing. Open the little gap, but it wouldn't gap me. Oh, I have leveled down to the basic pea shooter, not me. Terrible. You done what you could today? Hopefully someone has a sword you can borrow tomorrow. Hopefully. Love to regain a bit of health. Right about now. Secret! I see you spinning up here. Okay. Oops. Okay, that's good. Skeleton Minas is fine here. Yeah, there sure is. God damn it. No, I don't even know if I can properly avoid it. I'm not going to try. Don't know about this. Not my first playthrough, Link. No, I played this game. We checked my save files when I started 10 years ago and 12 years ago. So I know how the game goes vaguely. I don't really remember details. I don't remember like locations of things in levels or exactly how boss fights work. But I remember the general beats. And I'm a big fan of it. I really love this game. Ah, why do I always get hit by them? No excuse. No excuse for such shoddy behaviour. Like... here. Yeah. Help. Okay, I'm gonna go heal. Why did I not think there would be one more? Are you stuck? Sorry to hear about it. Okay, I need to heal before I die. So I quite like my weapon power backup as well. So that, yep. That's all I can do really. So like, alright, save. Now, here's the thing. There's like an alternate path you can take with this character. And I don't remember how to do it. Almost tempting to look it up, because it's kind of more fun and more interesting. But I've done it before, and I don't know. I don't like playing games on stream with like looking up walkthroughs. It just feels a bit less meaningful. So let me just go. The fighter. Hey, look, a visitor after such a long time. I know what you want. Better wake up. The enemy, they're totally harmless. I feel sorry for you. Pulls out gun. I didn't kill them all. It got me. We've been defeated. You planning disposing of the Mimiga? No. Oh. Are you on the Mimiga side too? They're all fine, look at them. I know, it's not their fault. I'm Curly Brace. I've been with these little ones since before I can remember. I don't recall anything before that. Apparently it's so-called memory loss. I may have been a Mimiga killer, just like the other robots. Oh, your Polar Star. It's thrashed pretty badly. Want to trade it in for my machine gun? No. Oh yeah? You can come back anytime if you end up changing your mind or something. You must remove the curse to move the sunstones. Yeah. Take the dog next to the bed. Huh. Oh, this one. Arf. I guess so. I guess I've picked up the dog. Hello, dog. You are mine now. We belong together. You were playing Metroid Prime 3 earlier. Ready to look something up. Yeah. Because you were a tester on that game. Oh, very fancy. Your half memory of things was actually working against me. Right. You kind of remember something, but because it's not in a fully certain memory, you kind of end up getting misled by things. I have a dog now. Fun. Those might be the sunstones, I guess. I must remove the curse. Seems weirdly ominous. No, I don't jump. Do it. It kept getting me killed. Dog! I know. Ouch. Okay, okay. Calm down, guys. Need you all to just chill a little bit. Yeah. Something there. I hate when they, like, spawn into where I am. Right, there we go. Maxed it back out again. Beautiful stuff. Hello, Carol. How you doing? The level weapon downs, yeah, it's an interesting system. A little bit unique. Can't go in there, there's a beastie. No. Oh. Right, wide open arena. What's going on here? You're having pink tea and sandwich. Pink tea? I hope you enjoy the pink tea. You did numbers wrong and now you need to borrow a saw. It's tragic. Doing okay? It felt like a very good day in a good way. Fantastic. Woke up from a 20-minute nap like an hour ago. Cool. What time is it even, is it? Feels like that could have easily been just bedtime. But I hope you're having a good evening nevertheless. Like a very long day. A very long day in a good way. Oh, cool. So much room for activities. Well, look at this. That Balrog, he's blundered yet another time. You have a lot of spirit. However, to come all the way here, you're a bit troublesome. You want to take me on? Oh, it doesn't seem like it'll be necessary. Bye now. Hello. Get fireballed, nerd. Oh, look at all your health. I'm sorry to hear about it. Whoa. Hello. What are you, phase 2 or something? Nice. We got him. Please don't saw the PC. The PC is too powerful and it needs cutting down in half. Defeated Omega. The curse on the Sunstones is lifted. Amazing. Just what I wanted. What I always hoped would happen. shit. Come here. Come here, spinny fella. Come harvest your Doritos. Yep. Like health. Or I can just heal in the house. Alright, safety. Oh. Oh, they're moving. They're moving. You watched The Wild Robot? I saw you mention that. What is that? I'm not familiar with the name. A film of some kind, I assume. Not just like a wild robot that's around your house. The neighbourhood wild robot. Laundry is always such a chore. I find laundry just kind of like middling in terms of things that I don't want to do. There's much worse, I find. Eli's performing one of those magic tricks where he saws the PC in half, rolls it around, and then all the components inside are still intact. Amazing. Move the wall. That's what I said. I said either cut down the table or cut down the wall. Either way. More space. Just push it. Just push it like that. And you'll get it. A recent animated movie has 98% on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay. Interesting. Look at these crocomire ass head looking guys. Bouncing towards me. Dog? I see another dog. Two dog. Is such a thing possible? Has science gone too far? Hello? Snow?
And now for something completely different.
Hi friends, how you doing? Welcome in. How was your stream? Were you doing more Minecraft? I think you were doing more Minecraft, weren't you? Welcome in, I'm very happy to have you, Snow and friends. If you all need to raid and run, please look after yourselves. But otherwise, we're playing a little bit of Cave Story. Classic indie game, Metroidvania. Very, very good. Very, very good time. If anyone doesn't know Snow, please go follow them. They are very cool. They're an artist, a musician, a gamer, playing Minecraft on a community server right now. It's very fun.
Hey, kid.
Thank you for the follow, Waffcake the Great. I was very tempted to join them at some point, but I just don't quite have the drive to play Minecraft anymore. I think I've Minecrafted my life up. What was that sentence? I've capped out the level of Minecraft I need in my life. And whilst I still enjoy the game as an entity, I don't
right
really
on
play
schedule.
anymore. Blue Mask, thank you for the follow. Right, who have we got here? Bloomp, Snow, Waffcake, Ghost, I assume Ghost, Ghost Kitty, another ghost, fantastic. Blue Mask, welcome in. Thank you all for coming in, hyping up Snow's raid. Yeah, such a good time, and those intense lore moments. Wonderful. I love a bit of lore. That's a fun spin to put on a Minecraft series. You love Metroidvanias? This is a very good Metroidvania. It's very much like a Metroid game, really. Super Metroid vibes, although more story. The follow alert was very loud. One day maybe I'll normalise everything. One day. You've had this lingering idea for a modded Minecraft server for all friends. Modded Minecraft is more tempting, but still, yeah, maybe. It was great, fantastic. Glad to hear it. Please feel free to get off and run and look after yourselves, of course. Food, drink, rest your legs, rest your eyes, rest your brains, rest your butts. You know how hard they've been working. But if you want to hang around and watch some Cave Story, please feel free. I'm very happy to have you all. Oop, 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 oop. I go on the sand. I don't have much to explain about the game right now. I'm just a little guy, as you can see. Look at that fella. He's really mad. Can I fireball him? Yeah, get bounced on. Okay. He did not actually get bounced on. God damn it. I'm trying to do some cool shit here. There we go. Look at that. Dog? Hello? Hold, please. Oh. Can I catch that dog? Do I need to catch the dog? Is there any reason for me to try to catch the dog? I'm gonna try. Haha! You can't take two with you. This is terrible. I see how it's gonna go. Oh, I can't get back up here. Oh dear. I've made a terrible mistake. There we go. You've never played Minecraft? May you join, I'm sure. I'm sure Carol would insist upon it almost. Hello? Hello? Dog? Dog house. Deserted house. I have found a place. Ah. Password is snail. You posting that on main, Carol? You giving away the secrets? Oh, Eli revealed the secret password. Very, very irresponsible, Eli. I can't believe it. Snail 2. Guy in place. There is no guy. There is dog. I guess the dog is a guy. Sorry, I shouldn't have said the dog wasn't a guy. How? Oh, this is terrible. I'm absolutely bamboozled. You barking and warning. That's... Can I get to you? Well, there we are. I revealed the new password. I don't think I did. I don't think I've never actually said anything in my life. There's no way you can prove anything. Why all the enemies respawn? Just want to go about my day. I just came here to have a good time, and honestly, I'm feeling so attacked right now by terrible bone men. Stop. He's not going to stop, is he? Even when I said stop, he didn't stop. Ow. Yeah, this is fine.
Water and water and water, water.
Witch, thank you for the water. Punch at the VOD. What VOD? What VOD are you talking about? I'll have you know, I don't even have a Twitch channel, let alone VODs of anything. Can you get out of that, please? Thank you. Ah. Okay. These secrets. Secrets about secret walls. Like I don't exist. I don't know if I don't exist. I just have a very, you know, a very low-key, offline kind of energy. Like I don't like to be online. I don't like to be on Twitch. I don't like to watch Twitch or stream or anything like that. Just, you know, incredibly private. Don't say anything about myself ever. I'm sure you can all understand. There's a lot of birds. I'm going to say too many. I'm going to say that's too many birds. They're also very angry. Is this an Angry Birds reference? Possibly, like, years before Angry Birds came out? Is it before Angry Birds came out? I actually don't know that. Dog. Dog that I can't reach. Okay. Have various places I could have gone and haven't been, but... Hello. Can't take two with me. Understood. There's so much happening. The moment when I speak on for the first time live on stream, it'll never happen, Carol. I'm much too secretive and secluded for that. Where am I going? I don't have a map, do I? No maps in this game. I thought this was my path, and it led me to a door that was locked. And a dog I can't pick up. That's two terrible things. Look for secret doors. Secret walls. Oops. Well. Did they tell me where to go? I feel like they might have told me where to go. I didn't quite clock it. Seems like I don't exist. Absolutely true.
Water and water and water, water.
I said that wasn't true a minute ago. Ignore me. Ignore me. I don't exist. Whatever I said couldn't have been correct. Controlling the bird population. Only the angry red ones. This game was 2004, Angry Birds was 2009. Okay. Pretty good predating.
It's not Terry's. It's mine.
Benki, oh Benki, don't worry. Not those kinds of birds. Not the good birds. Somewhere in the sand zone is all I'm being told. Getting sword tomorrow. You tell it his boss. Oh, Lonk 333 is interacting again. Don't know how to feel about that. I did notice as well that it was only threes instead of three threes instead of four. Although, in a way, is 3 threes not superior to 3 fours, Link? As a 3 aficionado, is 3 not the perfect number of threes? And it surprised me to realise you were such a big fan of 3, but then you use 4 of them in your name. Oh shit. Rasta. All good. You saw your own Cave Story Plus, Becky. Are you familiar with it? You sounded like you'd heard of it, at least. I feel like this is one of those games that's, like, so very critically lauded by people, but not very well known. I feel like I see it come up occasionally, and whenever it comes up, everyone who knows it is like, oh, yeah, it's incredible. But it's very rare that it actually gets brought up at all. Not sure what I'm meant to be searching for here. Unless... Oh, damn it. I'll jump away from you. I feel like there might be a house hidden in these blocks somewhere. I wish I could claim knowledge of the game enough to know where to go, but I do not. You picked 4 threes for a reason. Say it out loud and it sounds like the last 4 digits of the telephone number. 3333. It doesn't work on me, unfortunately, because we don't have the same phone number format that Americans do. And actually, if I think of an American phone number, I think of 8675309, which I think of as a group of 4 followed by a group of 3. I don't know if that's how it's meant to be said. 8675309. So it's like, it sounds like 4 then 3 to me. Saying them like the last 4 digits of the telephone number doesn't really strike any particular rhythmic memory. Well, that's just me. I'm familiar with the ways of the Americans and their phone numbers. Most people don't say phone numbers like that. Probably not like the song, right? Let's see. Well, this is a pickle. I'll just keep on trekking. I've been carrying this dog on my head for so long. Alright, nothing over here. Huh. Oh, I see a secret. I see the secret. There we go. There we go. Sounds slightly better than 333. Okay. You said do 2 little head bobs for each 3-3. Okay. I mean, I know what you mean about phone numbers, because we have 6-digit phone numbers. So it's like, with a 5-digit area code, so it's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's like 5, 3, 3. That's the groupings that I put them in. Some places will divide them differently if the groupings make sense for the number, like if there's repeated numbers or consecutive numbers. For like businesses and stuff like that. Found a dog in a box, guys. Dog in a box. I did not find the dog destination. This is terrible. Made these names 24 years ago. Fair. I too made certain usernames 24 years ago. Not this one, though. This one is relatively new for me. Yeah. Oh, this is a... It's not even hidden. It's not even hidden. It's just a house. Just a house right here. You're doing the number 3 more now. Okay. Most people don't say phone numbers like that song. I'll send us a Kevin James stand-up clip. Do I want to watch a Kevin James stand-up clip? I don't know if I do. I don't know if that's what it... Whoops. I don't know if that's what I want in my life. Yeah, Eli's been having a desk journey. A desk odyssey. What's so legendary about this game? It's just very iconic. It's like, it hit right at a time when indie games were getting very kind of big, and the idea of indie games was becoming like a big deal in the games industry and like more popular and more mainstream. And the original actually is older than that. Like the original 2004 is older than I thought it was actually. But Cave Story Plus, the remake, with all new fancy, better graphics and better music, was right in that wave, like the early 2010s. And it's just got a very interesting... I think maybe it's just a good game, but it's also very iconic for its story, I think, being quite dark, unexpectedly dark for a game that looks like this, at a time when that wasn't kind of the go-to thing. It was also like a one-man project, basically. Like, almost entirely a one-man project, as far as I know. The first one, at least, was the original. And that was quite unique. Pink bread, maybe. I'm sure you can get pink bread. This is Cave Story Plus, yes. Yeah, and this is the revamped graphics. It's like better pixel art. It's not like fancy 3D or anything like that. The original was just more basic than this. Okay, we found a dog. Cool. Oh, here's Balrog again. Amazing. Every game can have a dark story if you turn down your monitor's brightness. Ha 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 ha. I don't know if that doesn't make the story dark. Unless it's just hard to read. Oh, it's you, Balrog. You look good. How's my stupid daughter been lately? Ah, stupid daughter? You in misery? She's also fine. A new master has appeared. This time, the service will finally be ours. Are you two still trying to do that? I'm not here to cause you any trouble. I just came by to pick up the key to the warehouse. You know, the warehouse with the flower seeds? Huh, I have no idea what you're talking about, Balrog. Is that so? You're just pretending that you don't know. See now. You're going to betray us then? Is that it? Sorry. A new master. Must be another idiot at it yet again. About my dogs, I have 4 more still. My little pups. These legs of mine are so very weak. Sorry for the inconvenience, but would you mind finding the rest of my dogs for me? I can find you some dogs, absolutely. Questline I can get behind. Oh, stop bombarding me. I don't know how many dogs she has. There's one running around, there's one in the empty house. Which I actually don't know how to get. Or I can figure it out. Too many colours, oh no. Why is there a Lonk 333? Who has done this? Who has been so devious as to create Lonk 333? This is certainly one of my beloved little dogs. I By the way, you must be a soldier from the surface. It's been a long time since all these robots, just like you, came to this island. They were responsible for the deaths of so many defenseless Mimiga, and the lives of the brave men and women who tried defending the Mimiga. Due to the effects of consuming the forbidden red flower, Born and Mimiga became utterly rabid. They fought back viciously against the robots that had invaded their island. Who knows? Had there been no red flower, it's very possible that the Mimiga on this island might have been annihilated. 3 more left. I know you can do it. I know where 2 of them are. Yeah, if I saw the 5th one or not. Alright. You made long. Oh, I see. What a twist. What an unexpected twist in the tale. I don't know if I should be surprised or not. It seems like kind of the kind of thing you might do. There are like quite an absurd number of weird alt accounts going around right now. A bit of a plague of them. Some of which some people possibly assume might be me. Although I will say that at least one of those has been active in my chat whilst I've been streaming, and I'm quite good at computers, right? I'm quite quick on the keyboard and the controller. I probably couldn't actively chat in my own stream whilst streaming. Probably. That would be tricky. Wait, can I stand on his face? Can't. Can't. There's like all this water coming down, I see. Pushes me down. Oh, right. Huh. Ah. Arf, arf, arf. Come on. You little shit. Must be having you. You came into Link's stream and you had a walk on. Oh dear. I can only imagine. Stop shooting.
Oh, mother.
Oh, mother. I'm slightly in trouble here. Let me just retreat to safety. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, Frogmoo and Violence. Hello, thank you for the follow. I wonder who you could be. As if my suspicions were not already fairly strong. Thank you for the follow. Are you a banner Vader? You have 2 windows open. You're very open about this. Yeah, it's a new approach to alt accounts that we haven't had most of the time. I'm attacking the birds. They are attacking me. Or they are carrying skulls which are attacking me, and therefore accessories to violence, which I will not stand for. You made fun of your username as Lonk333, and you didn't want some of the chatter to troll you. Fair. Decent argument. Decent reasoning, I think. I do the trolling here. Whether it's myself or others. Your bot account. Yes, good idea. No, that won't be confusing for anybody. The Fingies one you still believe is me. The Fingies one? What's the Fingies one? I'm in it. I'm in Benki's walk-on. Is it just every single Benki name pronunciation redeem all at once, or all in a row? That would be quite intense. Oh, Benki's siding with the birds against me. I see how it is. And there it comes right as you said it was me. Oh, that one. Frog Moo 1 Violence. You've never been a Bannervader. Twitch would disagree. Does Twitch tell me you're a Bannervader right now? It does not. It says you're a first-time chatter only. So congratulations on escaping the stigma of being a Bannervader, but only for so long. You missed the bite that's one for the fingies one. It's the biting the fingies, not revealing the fingies. It's not Benki. I mean, I did think it was Eli most of the time when I was when I saw them in chats before. I was like, okay, You know, I have one, so I might have two. I've got my bot account, which you can see in chat if you do various things. I did make an alt account a while ago and forgot the password for it, like immediately, before I even got to use it. That's how it goes sometimes. It's me warning Venki about you making a walk-on for him. Amazing. So perfect. You're a ban evader only if you manage to avoid the bans. Yeah, no, I'm not a ban evader, I'm just a ban victim. Why did you think it was me? Why wouldn't I think it was you? I guess the only reason that would argue it not being you is that you don't have a PC. It's kind of probably more of a faff for you to make and run alternate accounts at the same time. But I'm sure you've got like a phone and a tablet you could do it on. Something like that. You evade them by not getting into too much trouble. Good trouble only. Good trouble. You need to check on your drunk roommate. Okay. Please have fun. Please, I hope everything is fine. Yoni came in right as they did. That's true. Yoni was lurking a little bit and has now reappeared, along with Frog Moo 1 Violence. Carol, create alt, forget password, never use the alt again. I mean, never use the alt in the first place. I literally didn't even get a chance to use it before I forgot how to log in. It's actually tragic. Very sad for me. I don't have a PC, but there are ways. There are ways. Next time I'm in your stream, you have a joke for me. That's such an ominous statement. We'll see. We'll see. I saw you streaming today. I hope it went well. Was it Metroid Prime you were playing? Is that what you were saying you were playing before? Was it on stream? I was thinking, I'll open an stream at some point and then didn't go around to it. Doing other things. I've been doing a cryptic Sudoku today and yesterday. I'm like a third done with it, maybe a quarter. It's quite hefty. Absorbing most of my time. I've got a very chill weekend, so I was doing some puzzling. A little bit of puzzling as a treat. My favourite part of Twitch lore is that Forg Museum's account is older than Frog's. But it was a renamed account, right? We established that was the case. Yoni's very suspicious now. I say Sudoku. Yes, I've been doing a cryptic Sudoku, which is one where you don't get any or only a few actual digits given. And there's a bunch of other rules which allow you to determine the other ones. So like, you know, no consecutive numbers in a row, or like the same number can't be like a knight's move in chess away from the same number. Or these arrows always point in ascending order, or these arrows always point in, like, whatever. A bunch of weird, confusing looking things. But I find them really fun to do. And I've done a few recently. I started a new one yesterday, and I got nowhere. And I put the first digit in today, after staring at it for, like, a few hours yesterday. Have you ever seen an enraged Mimiga? Eating the red flower will make me stronger. A great many of the Mimiga believed this and chose to eat the red flower. Then and only then did they fight back against the battalions of robots. You know what happens afterwards to an Mimiga filled with such rage? Terrible. Perhaps they couldn't control themselves. Well, most of the Mimiga who consumed the red flower were never to be seen again. They went missing? I heard a rumour that they supposedly made it down to the surface. Down to the surface, right, yes. Remembering things about this game from when I played it before, where the humans live. Thought of the enraged Mimiga anywhere close to the surface with humans, if it's really true. Do you yet realise it? Do you realise how dangerous the red flower actually is? 2 more pops. Sure. Okay, there's one on the bottom. I know how to get that one. Oh, wasn't there one in the... No, the one in the Mimiga house I already got. The other one's down here. Why? Out of here, schoolboy. Oh, the one with the legs. Stop! They're just bouncing the bones down the little tiny gaps in the floor. Want that? I want it. No! Gambled. The risk didn't pay off. Oh, that's also level 1? What the hell has happened here? A disaster. Rocket launch of these birds. Oh, jumping. Right, there we go. Slightly better. Gotcha. Yeah, little shit. Come here. He only claims to not be frog meat when violent. Oops. Missiles for that. Ow. Is there a way to prove that it's a rename? Only the fact that it showed up in Frog's chat completely out of nowhere, I would guess. But I don't know. Is it the warehouse key that you're after? The same warehouse contains all the red flower seeds in it. Doesn't matter to me who you are, understand? I can't give you the key to the warehouse, sorry. Opening the warehouse, that would be foolishly allowing an encore of the same tragedy from before. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Only one more to go. Huh. Don't look in the... Don't look in here. Did the dog say anything? Didn't say off. Say 1, 2, 3, and 4 things each. How cute. Maybe it is Eli. I mean, I'm still kind of thinking that might be the most likely option. Not, you know, it's not confirmed. I'm not like, this is definitely Eli, but it's like, prime suspect, probably. If I had to point the finger at somebody. This was nothing. Where was the 5th dog? I feel like there was another one that I saw. No, there's one I saw. It was outside the empty house. And then it ran inside the house, so... Same one. But no, I don't know where the 5th one is. I got the first one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It doesn't scream Eli to you? The only... okay, so the suspicious thing is... they showed up here, right now. When we were talking about alt accounts. So it's definitely someone here. However, it could be someone lurking. Of course. And I'm not one to check for lurkers. Lurkers are welcome to lurk. But I do... I'm consider me squinting suspiciously at all of you. I feel like Carol would give it... wouldn't name it that. I feel like Carol would choose a different name. Something more weird and esoteric. Could be Frog, to be honest. Although it does show up in Frog streams, so... same excuse that I have for not being the other one. The mystery. It is a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Get away from me! Horrible guy. God damn it. Oh. Down again. Okay. Bagif is a suspect. Bagif has been known to harbour false accounts, alternate accounts, in the past. This is true. That is a valid accusation, I think, and a not unreasonable one. That was your first Ori session, right? Yes, Bagif started Ori last night, and I couldn't watch because I was busy putting together furniture. Not really putting together furniture, you understand? Pretending to put together furniture in a video game is much more important. But yes, I hope it went well. I believe you haven't played it before either, right? Benki. Benki being suspicious. Not sure if it's genuinely suspicious or goofy suspicious. We don't know. Carol would probably have a name involving teeth. This is true. This is a reasonable assumption to make. Anyone you know have a prime number in their username? Well, 3333 isn't a prime number. You'll search the primes, as J. Cole once said. Very recently. Evade thine Eli's. A bit tipsy with left... Oh, Trashy. Hello, Trashy. I see you. Did not see you come in. A bit tipsy with leftover obscure makeup on, so you'll lurk and watch a good rugby game. Have a good one, Trashy. Thank you. Thank you for lurking 4 minutes ago. Carol might have a name involving teeth. Yep. I can't squint at lurkers without expecting squints back. I mean, squint all you like. It's only going to make you seem more suspicious. Halloween's going to go so hard. We love to see it. I've been seeing a lot of people like talking about or doing costume things recently, and I've never been a costume person, but I'm starting to get to that point where I'm like, I could just do it. I could just do it. Why not? Why not? Why shouldn't I? I don't know how like an idea for a costume, but I'm thinking more like a Ren Fair style thing, just like a fun ranger outfit or something. A bit of a cloak and fancy shirt and all that kind of get up. But I don't know, it's one of those things where I'd love to do it, but I also don't have any excuse to do it, any reason to do it. And if I were to do it, like, I'm all about doing things without an excuse, but then I would be just sat at home in my Ranger costume, and it's like, that doesn't quite have the right energy. I want to wear it to something, to do a thing. Thank you for the challenge, Lonk, if that is your real name. As mentioned before, the chocolate orange is currently on hiatus. They're on holiday, administrative leave, and I'm eating Tony's Chocolonely, salted caramel. Very good. And really falling to pieces in my hands. Fine. Like for Halloween, Benki. Okay, Benki and Eli are accusing each other pretty wholeheartedly now. If this was Among Us, we would eject them both. Wear it to Scaricon, yes. That is the kind of thing I would wear it to. You take the orange? There is no orange. There is no orange in Ba Sing Se. All my orange is at my studio. All the orange I own. I think. I might have actually bought one at some point recently. It'll be in a bag. Somewhere. But I'm getting through the Tonys first. Even though it's a lot harder to chew, because it's very bitty. Got lots of caramelly bits in it. You lost the lying game pretty spectacularly. Oh. Oh. Frankie has form for lying badly. So what does that mean? Theoretically, it should mean that if he is lying, it should be easy to tell. But is it easy to tell? I don't know if it is. Oh, I need you to stop being behind me, my guy. Right to absolute fuck. Okay, right. I think there's probably a dog over here to the left, to the right, that I neglected to pick up before. Oh, got that. Why did you not die? Oh my god. You're a terrible liar. It is easy to tell. It's easy to tell that Frog Moon violence is Benk. That the conclusion? That the hypothesis you have reached? You're both adorable. This is also true. I have died. Did I at least die with 4 dogs? Yes, I think I did. Lived in that room right there. Okay. I was trying to recover weapon levels, and I didn't think about my health also being important to maintain. Those bones really came for me. Let's stop hitting enemies. That's probably my plan, I think. My new strategy. Yes, get absolutely annihilated. Right, so yeah, it's over here on the right. I kind of remember seeing a dog and then being like, this is just another dog. I need to find the house first. I found everything in the level before I found the house. I destroyed that thing's leg. That's terrible. Oh, well, okay. Don't die. I did. I absolutely did die. That is what I did. Happens to the best of us. Oh. Stop level downing me. There you. Damn it. Ah. Oh, okay. I like that if I ever get confused in this game, I can just go, Question mark. To show my befuddlement. Right, we got this. I'm gonna kill these birds from a distance. Elf. Oh. There's the other dog. There he is. And this is the warehouse one. Alright. Come here, you. Heal and... Oh, that's good stuff. And this area is all devoid of enemies because I've killed them all. Wonderful. As long as I don't fall on the spikes, we're set. And why would I ever do that? Good. Whoa! We're fine. Okay. Salvaged. I'm just going to leave, I think. I'm going to go away from these things. I'm going to have to go back through them again one more time when I go to the warehouse. Alright. Alright. Progress. I have the warehouse key. Alrighty then. See ya. Wait. Oh, wow. What a terrible guy. Oh, it's you. Hey, for the dog. The key to the warehouse was stolen by Balrog. Please stop them. My voice has been so incredibly inconsistent. I'll unleash a rabid Mimiga possessed by the red flower against the surface. Wait, please take this with you. More life, more health. You love Head Dog. They're very good. They're very well behaved, even when I'm jumping around. Like Jenka's house does not have a lot of accessibility. It's in a hidden passage in the desert. Use it and your life will be fully restored, but only just once. Yep. Is the dog gonna bark 5 times? One? What's one? Is it like a wine, maybe? Right, level the back up again. Back through all those birds on the right, which is fucking great. Nope. Okay.
With pride.
Okay. Fucking.
What
okay.
can I do for you?
What can I do for you? CC, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Hold please. Gaming is in progress. I would like to get to the next area. Sometime today. Just pelting me. Okay, what's going on? You're a gladiator, you have defeated the fools. Ah, you've defeated... Wait. How many of the fools? The trial of the fool? Or just some of the fools? I fell bad place. All the way back around now. Congratulations, CC. However much you've done, it is a great achievement. Thank you for the 369 bits for no reason. Unbelievable. Just stop coming towards me. The Polar Star is definitely the most powerful weapon in this level. Slightly different use cases for the other ones, I think. Right. What is going on now? You've emerged victorious from the Colosseum for the third time. Three? Congratulations. That is not a simple challenge. AFI struggled on that for quite a while. Well, now you CC for yes and Yonon for no. And maybe Pastel for maybe. Perfect. Oh, because CC, right, because of Spanish. Very good. Very multilingual of you. You had your compass equipped. Fantastic. Excellent. Great, Doctor. All the red flower seeds have been harvested. Good. By the way, the flowers blooming there. Are they the demon flowers? Yes, sir. Well, well. Such an ominous flower. Unexpected, to say the least. My great Doctor, would you like to eat one? No, that won't be necessary. Well, why don't we sample it by using a Mimiga instead? Yes, I agree. Uh-oh. 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 Huh? Here? What? No. Hey, where are you going? Balrog, make her eat a red flower. Got it? Please don't. Eat it. Eat it. Stop now. Oh. Toriko, are you alright? King? Oh, my head. No. You're that doctor. Indeed. I am the doctor. And your new leader. I should say it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Tell me, is there something you'd like to do with that sword of yours? Gonna kill you. Without the power of the red flower, they are weak. Oh, you're that persistent soldier from the surface. You have perfect timing. They're all yours. A small gift from me to you. There's no need for you to thank me. Handle them, will you? Bad times. Ooh. Ouch. Okay, this is fine. Well, it's not fine. It's very unfine. Very tragic. It's very tragic. We don't love it. Ouch. Okay. Nope. Whoa! Really launching them at me, eh? Ow! Wow, you like speedballed that. Okay. That weapon anymore? Sad times. Sad times. Defeated Rabid Toriko. Oh, she disappears. Oh. Ugh. Can't help you anymore. Will you avenge me? Oh, and he's dead as well. Sword? Blade. Ooh. Ooh. Well, that was a bit of a shit show. Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright. Sorry, you're still alive. There was one back then, too. A tough little robot like you. There'll be no end to this if we try to take you head on. Sending you to the labyrinth. Oh god, we've been mazed. And you too, eh? Oh. That was refreshing. Hit the ground floor. Where is this place? Ah. Okay. Alright. CC a pro gamer? It seems so. CC meant to mock. CC always means to mock a little. Irreparable damage. One of those eyes was an L. I see it. I see it. It's a little bit taller. Just a little bit, a pixel or two bigger. Honesty should count for something. I'm honest about being terrible to people. Oh, but in a nice way, you know. If you Google what bullies do with their free time, they'll let you out. What does Benki do with his free time? I don't think you like any of the answers. Okay. I heard. Ah, you only caught it. The one that was an L. Very smart. Does that say eel? Eel. E-I-L. Eel. My hovercraft is full of eels. Well, this is an I and the other is an L. Wow. Amazing, amazing camouflage there. Is a fragile flower quest impossible? A real question? No, nothing in Hollow Knight's impossible. Nothing in Hollow Knight is deceptive in its description, its objectives. It is quite absurd. It's pretty rough. You were thrown down here by the Butch Misery too. Poor little guy. Alan's junk is stored here. Once you're in here, you'll never be able to get out. Response. Oh no. Switch for this door is supposed to be all the way up top. But the footing's real bad. I've fallen so many times that I've broken my leg. Oh no. Poor little robots. So sad. But we can save the game. That's nice. Do that. Easy before everything was all infected. Yes. But... let me contemplate a second. I don't know if you can do the flower quest before it's infected, technically. For some reasons. Yeah, no. You can't do the flower quest before you infect the crossroads, technically. Or like, by design, rather. You can do skips. There's a lot of speedrun skips in Hollow Knight. Ow! Excuse me. Who spit? I want to level up this weapon. So yeah, no. I think the idea is you have to do it with the infected crossroads. But yeah, that's like, I think the infected crossroads is the worst part of that journey, for sure. No! Disappeared right as I got to it. Oh, all my stuff's leveled down from that fight. Alright, I see how it is. We shall return after spoilers. Oh, Eli. Eli maybe is going to play Hollow Knight. I know he said he's going to, like, a little bit intimidated by it because it's quite hard, but I have faith. I do think the only thing, I've said it before, the only thing you need, the only skill you need to beat Hollow Knight is patience. As long as you can be patient and learn and kind of not get frustrated on bosses and not like rush into things that are maybe beyond your current like power level in game, you can probably beat it. Amazing. You're so patient, lighting. Okay. You'll sink its teeth. It will sink its teeth into you like a rabid frog. It will, absolutely. Honestly, Eli, 900 Korok seeds. I haven't done that. I've 100%ed Hollow Knight, and I have not got 900 Korok seeds. So I think you're fine. I think you're good. Can I just drop now? This seems dangerous. Let's go! Okay. You were baddie. I hope you were a baddie. The mangled remains of a robot. Alright. I saw that. No, I'm gonna let you go through because I'm going to jump over you. Alright. Yeah. I'm going to teach you about the D-pad. This right here. Analog stick. Doesn't even work on this game. This is a D-pad game. D-pad. The main difference is that the analog stick has like 360-degree movement, or I don't know exactly how many degrees of movement it has, but a lot. And the D-pad has only 4, which you can do 2 at a time to get 8 total, like 8 different directions. It has up, down, left, right, and you can do, obviously, up, left, up, right, down, left, or down, right. But in games where the movement is only restricted to that many directions, it actually is better to use the D-pad because it's more precise. You can kind of more accurately portray the direction you want to press. And what I mean by that is that when you're using an analog stick... Okay, let me just... Okay, hang on. Oh. No. Okay. Okay, these guys are fine. With an analog stick, right, we have like up. Up is pretty easy. Left is pretty easy. Up and left is pretty easy. But what about like when you go to sort of halfway between up, left and left, right? If it's like, you know, west by northwest, whatever that would be, like 20 degrees up, 30 degrees up from left. Is that up, left, or is it just left? Which one's it going to be? And as soon as you start introducing that slight grey area, you start making mistakes because you start trying to be like, oh, I'm going to go up and left. And you move it up and left, but only at the angle that counts as left. Or you think, I'm going to aim up. And you aim up, but just for whatever reason, you're aiming a little bit left, and it counts you as going up left. And that can make you move when you don't want to, or not move when you do want to, or attack in the wrong direction. It basically creates a load of slightly fuzzy areas where your controls aren't going to be exactly what you want them to be. Whereas the D-pad is much easier to be like up, down, left, right, up, right, down, right. And they're all very clear. That said, if you're used to playing with a stick, you can do it. It's not going to ruin your playthrough, but it will be slightly harder. I recommend playing with the D-pad from the beginning so that by the time you get to difficult bosses and things, you're used to it. Whereas if you start on the stick, then get to a difficult boss and you find the stick is slowing you down, you have to learn how to play with the D-pad and also beat a difficult boss, which is two challenging things at once, because it is hard to switch over from one to the other. But yeah, my recommendation wholeheartedly is start with the D-pad. And then CC completely contradicts me about playing. She still plays on stick, of course. The D stands for dork. The D-pad, the D's nuts pad. Excellent. You played on the joystick until recently and you can't go back. Exactly. Whitney made the switch and realises how much better it is. I made the switch, because I started on stick as well, because I didn't really think about it. And I made the mistake of making the switch whilst I was fighting the hardest boss in the game, I would say. Also the hardest boss in any game, I would say. Certainly the hardest one I've ever fought. And I was fighting it, and I was realising it in that boss fight, because, I managed to get through the rest of the game making the odd mistake, but managing to get by. And this one I was like, this fucking stick is not enough. I can't do it with the stick. The stick is causing me to make mistakes. So I switched to D-pad, learned to play on D-pad, and I'm used to D-pad because I play a lot of SNES games and retro games and stuff. But I had to switch to the D-pad to beat that boss. And I did it, so it works. Possible, but it is difficult. When you ask for directions, if you use words like west, northwest, you're going to walk away. Well, I'm trying to think like left by left up, The direction that is halfway between the diagonal and the orthogonal, like the horizontal. But not really another way to describe that direction. Is that a Benki fire remote? Amazing. Is that a new one? Switching is tough. It is. It really is. You'll be doing it D-pad? God bless you, Eli. Hardest part for you is that you got pretty decent at battles on the stick. I mean, that's what happened to me. But there was a boss that I was like, fucking, if I make a mistake on this boss, I die. So I'm going to not use the stick for this one. And now I'm used to playing on the D-pad. See, I know a lot of people say that, and clearly there's a reason why people say that, because it's really common. I don't find the D-pad on Xbox is bad at all. I can see why the PlayStation 1 is maybe a bit better, but I've never had a problem with Xbox D-pads. I used an Xbox 360 pad for a really, really, really long time, like an official Xbox 360 one. And then I used an Xbox One pad for a while, and now I've got this 8-bit Do. I recommend the 8-bit Do pads, they're really good. I guess that's not the same. That's not the same as the Xbox One D-pad, is it? I don't think. That has, like, rounded, like, between bits. Getting PlayStation controllers to go on PC is possible, but you need, like, a bit of software or something. The hardest boss in the game is the Watcher Knights. The hardest boss in the base game is the Watcher Knights. In, like, to go from new game to beating the game, the hardest boss on that path is Watcher Knights. I agree. But there's more. It goes further. It goes more. It goes beyond that. I also like the Watcher Knights fight. Now I've learned it. Now I've learned how to do it, and I know their moves, and I can read them well. It's a really fun fight, but it is very difficult. It's definitely the hardest one in the base, like, completion path. It will talk you with your iPad. Yeah, you might just need, like, a software thing to make it work, because Sony ones on Windows are a little bit funky sometimes. I've never used them, though, so I don't actually know. Just what I've heard. Xbox controller is the Elite with the flat D-pad. Swap to the cross. Right, because they're, like, customizable, aren't they? But you never use the D-pad. I think I prefer this style, just the full cross style, over the one with the rounded things. There's an Xbox One pad over there, I can see it. I can't quite reach it without fucking around going past the green screen, so I'm not going to touch it. But I think I know the one you mean with like the circle pad with the sort of slight sticking out, up, down, left, rights. Carol's looking at perceiving Hollow Knight talk. I can't believe it. Yeah, I don't think you'll be getting spoiled, Carol. I don't think so. I think CC's done some stuff that you haven't done, but maybe not that much stuff that you haven't done. Maybe. No, actually. CC might have done some stuff. I mean, I need to check, but I think CC might be around the same level as Carol, with maybe a little bit more optional stuff done. But no, because Carol... Okay, yeah. No, because Carol did that, and then went there, and yeah. Okay. You're very close together, I think. You went there and you did that. Me and Deep Nest. We love Deep Nest. I want to eat Mimiga. What's that scent? I faintly smell Mimiga on you. Don't like that. Don't like that energy. It was ages ago. Witch lived alone in solitude here on this island. That witch would ultimately use her magic to create this labyrinth and confine us Gaudi within. Gaudy? Gaudi? Ever seen the outside of this island? It's floating high up in the sky. There we go. That's what was hinted at earlier. How the island happens to float, the secret to that is hidden deep inside this labyrinth. Can we meet a Blue Lake? Blue Lake's very nice. One of the many rejuvenating soup points. Yes, sit in the soup. Create Carol and CC soup. Oh, look at this. Hi, this is the Labyrinth shop. Burglar broke in recently and took everything. Amazing. Polar star and a fireball. Snake. Snake! Snake! Okay. Where the hell does it not exist? Yeah. Have a snake now. You have to say to yourself. Jenka was the witch. Interesting. Interesting. Like the ones in there are all friendly, and then these ones attack me. Or do they attack me, or do I just attack them? Yes, my blade. Ow! No, that's not what I said. Oh, you're not dead. Yeah. Alright. And I fumbled that a little bit. But we've got level 2 blade now. Our blade is more powerful. Really short range though. But lightly troubling thing. I feel like it also needs a lot of XP to level up. A lot of Doritos. Ah, look at this guy. I'm a physician. Allow me to take care of you. Don't worry, I won't take your money. In exchange, please accept a simple request from me. There's an old clinic nearby. Go there and see if there is any medicine left inside. Clinic key. I'm a nurse. I worked at the clinic nearby, but a dark ghost began haunting it, so I ran away and came here. And there's Curly. Long time no see. You look great. So you were warped down here by that witch Misery. Me too. Even you weren't able to succeed against them. I did have a tiny bit of hope. Like you, I tried my best, and this is where I ended up. I'm disappointed in myself. When it comes down to it, I couldn't protect them. With this body in this shape, getting out of here is going to be next to impossible. Is it air fight? Maybe. That would make sense. Only logical. That's an awkward bit. The chips. There we go. Level 3. Oh, look at it. It's like a little Soul of King. There's him. Love summoning the souls of our dead friends to fight our enemies for us. You're all. Don't call it a hello. This is a problem. Alright, she said it was haunted by a shadow. This weapon is very good. Oh, get me there. Oh, the things blow me up. Little wind things hit me when they blow. Is that Balrog? Is that actually Balrog? I don't know. Hard to tell. This is not a good place to be. Aha! More snake powers. Ooh. I'm a physician. Yes, yes, yes. Give the cure-all. Oh, you found it. Thank you, and sorry for the trouble. Please leave the rest to me. Right. I'll go the wrong way, of course. Start thinking that that is actually going to be the case now. Oh, does it go through walls? Oh, it goes through walls now. We love a bit of that. Nice. Secrets. It's here. Alright. Oh, this snake is very good. Oh, they go through walls. But not through this metal wheel, apparently. Ow. That's some weird collision right there. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. I'm sure we all know what's going to happen here. Can I attack it? No. Can I land on it? Yes. Can I? Oh, right. Yeah. Can I attack from here? What am I? Ow. Am I attacking here? What's the health bar? Ow! Let me jump. It. There it is. Right. Okay. And now we shoot you. We have to shoot. Oh, we have to shoot the little fellas. I like little fish. My God, there are so many little guys coming at me. That's all of you, chat. That's you. You're all the little guys coming at me. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're okay. There we go. Cool. It was a cat. It was a Monster X. It was a cat, apparently. We were sliding. We were absolutely sliding. Not in the good way. Oh, Doritos. Oh, well, that was fun. Flash? Oh no, booster. Well, that's a shame. Oh, why are you here? I see. Misery sent you down here, too. Heh, this might be good luck, arising from misfortune. Thing is, this island floats in the sky because of some kind of life force. I recently uncovered the location of that life force. Somewhere in this labyrinth lies that life force. If it can be destroyed, then the functions of the island might just cease. Right about now, I think the doctor should be surely in a huge panic. You were sent into the heart of this island. Here, take this. Booster! This little machine will help you fly into the air. You can hover while airborne by pressing the jump button. Watch the jump button. Use the sub-screen to equip and unequip the booster. Ooh, I thought I was in big trouble the moment I caught air, but thanks to that I was able to see you. Looks like with this, I've used up my last bit of good fortune. Best of luck. Oh! Oh. Oh. Power supply is broken. Whip. Marvelous. Whee. Whee. We're jetpacking, boys. This is out of wilds now. Say, I was about to mention, if you said Life Force one more time, I would have brought it up. Hello. You made it. I've been waiting for you to get here all this time. You were just in the hospital. If this rock is moved, we can continue onwards to the labyrinth exit. Rumour has it that there's a creature's lair up ahead. Be prepared for anything. Well then, let's move this boulder to the side. Hold that end, and then... So, let's go. Oomph. It won't move at all. Maybe it's impossible to move with only the two of us. Oh yeah! Here's the boy. I fought her once in the Mimika house, but it was cool. We made friends after that. Hey, it's you. So you are alive. And on top of that, you two are trying to escape from the labyrinth. Shouldn't you be resting instead of trying to make an escape, eh? Remember that you can't defy the master any more than I can. Fine then, I'm ending this. Stay here with the rest of the scrap metal. Oh, this is perfect. You can grab the middle. Ready? Are you two listening to me at all? Oh, right. My face when the bad guy does bad guy stuff. Got rockets now? Seems unnecessary. Oh. Out. Oh. Oh, he's eating me. He's consuming. Defeated. There we go. Good night, Cyan. Thank you for hanging out. See you next time. Defeat again. I'll move the rock for you. But in return, keep the fact that I helped move it for you a secret. Don't you worry. Here goes. Hooah! Got it? Me helping you guys is our little secret. Right. You might actually be one of the good guys. Missiles are powered up. Ooh. Oh, power. Love powers. Now, come on. Onto the lair. Boy. Oh, Curly's with us. All right. Oh, Jesus. What's this ninja cricket guy? Up for this, I will not put. Health, please. Be nice. You okay there, Curly? But she can juice. Oh, total on the spikes. Power, yes. Remember how jetpack that I can use, not just when I need to use it, but also just to get around in fights. It'll be so much easier. I'm just gonna... Something I want to check. You okay? You Curly can just hang on there. A little bit. Go back to the shop and see if I can do anything there. There's obviously the top thing that I can do. Ah. Now that I have all this extra juju powers, I think there's probably some stuff I can do. But of course I don't remember exactly what those things are because it's been so long. Certainly get up here, and I can see some of these blocks are kind of blue looking. I can probably go up the top there. Yeah, I see it. God, the snake is so good. But it doesn't break blocks. I guess because it goes through blocks. That's fine. And we get... arms barrier. No, what that is. Weapon energy lost from sustained damage is halved. Oh, amazing. Actually, stupendous. Do you have anything for me now? Probably the same destination that I found earlier. I don't know if I've missed the thing. Let's backtrack a little bit more. I'm just going to do a little bit of cheeky backtracking. I'm sure that this is where the choice, like, of the alternate path diverges. Either here or very soon. Okay, yeah, there's nothing in this room that I can... Okay. So I've either missed it, or it's yet to come. That's fine. There's a bug in here. Oh no. You should eat it. Free protein. Incredible Dorito power I have. I'll catch it and ship it to me, so I can eat it. I have my kitchen, as has been detailed before, is full of slugs. So until Begiff comes along to eat them for me, they will be my main source of free protein. Well, thank you. Thank you for thinking on me. Very considerate. Not bathroom, kitchen. Did I say bathroom? My bathroom's fine. My kitchen is full of slugs because it's a cellar. Was there something over here? Here. No. Yeah, I'm concerned I missed something. But maybe it's not yet. Maybe it's not yet. My memory is very hazy. Shipping animals internationally is so frowned upon. Oh no. But you'll visit them. Okay, that's a nice consolation. Are we winning, Whitney? We're doing alright. I was worried that I might have missed something important, but I think I'm okay. Or I'm either okay or I've missed it and there's no point in worrying about it now. I've not let my health drop too much. Oh, there was a thing there. I totally missed that. Nest guy. Wonderful. Oh, I just get slaughtered? Dislaughtered. Get absolutely dislaughtered. International July. Susie, will you come over here and take the bug and go to my house and bring it there? No shipping required. I thought it's still shipping, technically. Like, it's not. I didn't smuggle things over borders. I just carried it. It's like, well, I don't think that'll hold up. Console. There's a button. You press it. This is how the video games work. Oh, bye, Curly. Something over here, too. Go back up. Okay. Ow. Oh, they're not instant death. That's nice. Okay. You in business yet? You suddenly found all your stock? No. Okay. You're very invested in your Arceus game. Oh, it's past 1 AM, you still haven't showered. Yeah, I know that feeling. For example, right now, it is. Where's my phone? My phone's been very AWOL today. Past midnight and I haven't showered. Fine. It happens, it happens. Very invested in your Arceus game. You finished the main story today. Wonderful. Arceus looks really cool, but I've never played it, and I didn't quite feel the drive to get it when it came out. Maybe one day. I might go back to it. Ula has a passport. Amazing. Of course she does. She's a very responsible girl. Pokemon Legends Arceus, yes. Okay. Ready with me? Yeah, let's fucking go. Kick it in the dick. Hello? You're a very spherical fella. Oh, he's flinging his balls at me. Can you imagine such a thing? You should spare on this one. When you travel to Sweden and Norway. Ah. And to Cece's house, yes. Are we still in the labyrinth? Can't pass through here. We're going to have to keep moving forward. Oh, no. Okay. Right. This is a strange place. It's some kind of base. Open the blast door. Hey. You have to create the very first Pokédex. Yeah, I'm vaguely aware of how it works. It does seem cool. Mostly I've seen people doing shiny grinding on it, and that is really not fun for me. So I haven't really seen the really fun parts of the game, I don't think. But I like Pokemon, and Arceus seemed like a cool, like, diversion from the main formula. I have to do much more than simply catch them, yeah. Well, as an international traveller. Amazing. Not into shiny grinding. It's just, I don't know, it just seems so unfun. I've caught... What funny thing is, right? I played Pokemon from the very first generation, Red and Blue. I caught all 150 Pokemon in Blue. I had a full Pokédex. I played Gold and Silver. I didn't play Ruby Silver, Ruby Sapphire. Got back into it with Diamond and Pearl. Played Black and White. I played Diamond and Pearl, played Platinum. Played Black and White. Played... I didn't play Black and White 2. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Did X and Y. Did the Sun and Moon. Oh, I played Moon. I did the remake of Pearl. I didn't finish it, but I played it a bunch. I didn't do Sword and... I bought Pokemon Shield. I started it, and then my kid borrowed it, played it, and then I think he lost the cartridge, because I haven't been able to find it since. Either I lost it or he lost it. I know which one of us I think is more likely. And then I played Scarlet and Violet. And in all of that time, I have only ever bought 2 shinies. And I didn't play them like a little bit. I went hard on them, especially Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Black and White. That pair of generations, I played them to fucking death. And I never found a shiny. The first shiny I ever found was in Pokemon Moon. Just a random Diglett. And it was a Alolan Diglett, like the regional variant. So I didn't even realise it was shiny at first. I kind of saw the sparkles come out, but I was like, oh, is that normal? But it looked different from a normal Diglett, but it's because it was an Alolan Diglett. So I caught it, and then I realised it was shiny. And then in Scarlet, which is the last one I played, I found the metal worm thing. I can't remember what it's called now. The metal worm, you'll know the one. It's one of the Titans. I caught one of them that was shiny. I saw it in the wild. I was like, hey, you're blue, not red. Catching you. Orthworm, thank you, Carol. Yeah, so all the way through the first 6 generations of Pokemon, played all of them except for Gen 3, never seen a shiny. I don't ever remember seeing one. Maybe I did, but I didn't know what they were at the time. Possibly. But never caught a shiny. And then 1 in Pokemon Moon, 1 in Pokemon Scarlet. And I feel like that's probably a pretty low ratio of shinies. I know they're meant to be rare, but I've fought a lot of Pokemon. I've caught a lot and battled a lot of wild Pokemon, and none of them were shiny until that one in Moon. You really want a specific shiny? Maybe, but I don't know. I feel like shinies is kind of like a special thing that you happen across. I do. Yeah, I wish they were a little bit more likely to get randomly. Find a random shiny Buneary, nice. That gives you a shiny Ponyta. Right, obviously, Gold and Silver gave you a shiny Gyarados. That was like an event thing. But that was, it doesn't count really, does it? Never played Ruby Sapphire? No interest in Ruby and Sapphire. No desire to. Have I tried getting a less forgetful child? I've tried many things. He's actually got a very good memory. A very suspiciously good memory. But also very, like, hyper-focuses on something. And if the thing that he's lost isn't his hyper-focus thing, he'll be like, what? I don't even know that existed. The shiny was slightly less rare. I think it's been going that way. And I know there are more ways now to influence it. Like, you can get things that give you more chances of getting shinies. But grinding is still... I don't like grinding. I still like grinding, really. There are a lot of us that didn't even realize they existed. Yeah, before the internet was, like, how you found out about video game stuff. How would you know? There's no way you would know. Unless... I don't even think the official guide said it. Maybe? I had the official guide for Blue, and I feel like I got the official guide for Gold and Silver at one point. I don't know if shinies were in Gen 1. I'm sure they must have been in Gen 2 by then. I hate everything you love. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not... Look at the shirt. Look at the shirt. Not Crystal. I was going to say Crystal Peaks. Hollow Knight. There we go. I was thinking of Pokemon Crystal. Many things that we both love. What have you scandalising my name like that? Another perk in Arceus is that you catch Pokemon without fighting. Yes, I have seen that, but yeah, it's still grindy to do all the shiny stuff. This Blastoise, it's only opened halfway. Must be caught on something. Yeah, the sound of something breaking free. A dubious statement. You have a super soft spot for Ruby Sapphire because they were the last game you could have a secret base. I think they were the only game you could have a secret base. No. Diamond and Pearl? No, one of the ones I played had secret bases. Diamond and Pearl, I think. Or maybe Black and White. Diamond and Pearl. No, I'm sure it was Diamond and Pearl. They had secret bases. I'll have you know. I remember them. They were kind of fun. I quite liked the fossil digging mini-games in the underground where you dug out the fossils. I found them strangely satisfying. Just as something to just sort of do mindlessly while you're, on the toilet or waiting for something or whatever on the bus. Missed opportunity that they didn't apply those same mechanics to your dorm room in Scarlet Violet. I don't think I interacted with the dorm room in Scarlet very much. You got the remake. The remake was cool. The remake had some really cool features in it, I remember, but I didn't finish it. I just, for some reason, got just sidetracked by other stuff and never went back to it. You missed Diamond and Pearl were really good. I think mechanically, Diamond and Pearl was like the biggest step up because it had a really cool, but it had a really good change to the way that moves and attack worked. Like the Pokemon's attack stat was like attack and special attack, and then certain moves were physical or special. So there was like a big step up in terms of the mechanical depth. Wasn't much to interact with. Yeah, I don't feel like I remember it being a thing. You missed Gold and Silver, right? Crystal is Gold Silver's like third version. Whichever of those had Crystal. No, Gold and Silver was Crystal. Blastoise after Blastoise. There's something behind all this crazy security. Don't you think so too? Lower lift, okay. You missed Diamond and Pearl, right. I think Diamond and Pearl had, like... they're probably the ones that I played the most. I would guess. Yeah, in terms of hours, I probably played them more than the originals. It just felt like I played the originals for so much more because I was younger when I played them. Although I will say that my favourite gen for Pokemon was actually Gen 5. I like a lot of the Pokemon in Gen 5 so much. And 6, actually. 5 and 6. Even, I mean, 4, 5, 6 was like kind of golden era Pokemon for me. I think 6 was where... No, it was Scarlet and Violet that had the limited Pokedex, wasn't it? It was a shame, but also, like, can you imagine trying to fit 1,000+ Pokemon into every game? Pretty rough. Look at this. That sure is something. Didn't play Diamond and Pearl. I didn't have any Pokemon games for DS. I never actually had Black and White for the DS. I only played those on emulators later. But Diamond and Pearl, yeah, no. And Diamond and Pearl was like me and some other people got back into Pokemon at the same time with them. So Diamond and Pearl for me was like, not only was it like the Pokemon game that I was the most into, it was also the one that I played with other people a lot. So I played the originals with other people at school, but they weren't like friends. They were just like everyone was playing Pokemon, so we played Pokemon together and traded Pokemon and stuff. But Diamond and Pearl was where I had like my friends would play it, and I'd be like, "Oh, cool, let's trade and let's battle or whatever." So that's like a really big. Diamond and Pearl is a really big deal for me. You like Alola purely because of Rowlet. Rowlet's pretty good. I like Rowlet. I think Rowlet was my starter in Sun and Moon, maybe. I think so. Unless, no, maybe it was Popplio. No, Rowlet. No, I definitely had Rowlet. I think I got a Popplio as well from a trade or something. Because I think Primarine is quite cool. But I think Rowlet was my starter. Crystal is 6th gen, has all the shinies and all the pearls and diamonds and a lot of the Dex thing, and it has a lot more Pokemon than any of the other ones. Eli, are you a fan of Crystal? Is Crystal your favourite flavour of rock? Mystery Dungeon. I never played a Mystery Dungeon game. I never even knew about the Mystery Dungeon games until I saw someone do a playthrough of one on YouTube, and that was a legendary playthrough, let me tell you. That was a fantastic playthrough. It was Door to Infinity? Gate to Infinity? Gates to something. And yeah, that was great. But I never played them myself, and I didn't really care for the gameplay by the look of them. Brilliant Diamond or Pearl. I mean, I think the remakes are quite good. I didn't finish them, but they're pretty cool. They're pretty nicely polished. You actually finish more Pokemon games and pit them. The story isn't really anything. The story in Pokemon games is even less than the story in Zelda games. They're really just like, go play Pokemon. And there's some bad guys, maybe. Beat the gym leaders and become the champion. There's not really anything to sort of pick up past that. Legends is Sinnoh in the past. Right, I didn't know it was Sinnoh, although I guess with it being Arceus it makes sense. Shower time. Have a good shower, Yoni. You'd never played a Pokemon. Very brave of you to admit. The legendary dogs, that's Gold Silver. Yeah, Gold Silver Crystal is the legendary dogs. And the Unknown. You love the Unknown. Okay. Yeah, that's Gen 2 as well. Gold and Silver. A soldier from the surface. Nearly destroyed. There are others like this all over the place. Who did this? Couldn't have been a Mimiga. How could this happen? Oh, still functional. Oh, look. Robots with threatening auras.
Rebooting. Team 9 terminated. Unable to eliminate the target. Destruction of target is impossible with currently equipped firepower. Retreat. Retreat.
Cool. Fighting this? Yeah, we're fighting this. It's fighting, shooting sperm at me. What the hell? I don't think that's allowed on Twitch. Yay, Curly. Going in the fight. Oh dear. Oh, he's blowing me. I'm being blown. Yeah, apparently I definitely have missed the thing, which is a shame. Would have been very nice to explore that story sort of thread. But no. I'm sure it's here where it branches. Oh, Jesus. All the way down. Ouch. I'm not hitting you. No, I'm not hitting you. Oh, jump, please. My God. Ouch. The giant ones. Oh, God. I need to drink this, I think. I want to drink this. Oh, God. You two love The Unknown. Yes. The Unknown is very exciting. So the movies for Gold and Silver. Played a bit of the game, it never beat it. Oh, Eli, there are so many movies. There are like 20 movies or something. I watched the first one. The first one was a big deal when it came out. My God. That was a national moment. Pokemon movie watch party. Oh, God. How many of them? I think I've only seen the first one. And there's a million episodes of the show as well. Is it allowed on Twitch? He's shooting sperm at me. I think that's probably not allowed. I don't know about it. He cried to a car commercial yesterday. Might be in for a rough one then. Nostalgia Brain says it's worth a watch. I mean, if you like that kind of thing, it's worth a watch, sure. Not like a bad movie, I don't think. I don't know if it, like, holds up, but also I don't know if it matters if it holds up. It's not, like... It's not high art, exactly. It's a cartoon about little fighting monsters. But they did a good job with it, I think. It definitely conveys the sense of Pokemon very well. It's a very good Pokemon movie. Like, if you wanted a Pokemon movie, that's the one. Like, they nailed it. For sure. Oh, I'm being pushed. Ouch. Being slightly demolished by this guy. There. There we go. I did it. I did it. Oh. How? Hey, that's the same much you zapped me. Are those children safe? Shut it. Don't act like you're a mother. You even know what this thing is. This is the reason why I hate robots. This is the heart of the island. Island will fall if this stops. You really want to die along with the island? Stupid fool. Oh god. Misery, what are you doing? Move the core to the lab now. While you still have time. Whoa. Whoa. Well, this is a problem. Well, this certainly is a problem for me. Little Mr. can't breathe in water. Losing consciousness. And breathe. No reply. We hate to see it. Everybody will love it in this game. All the lovely characters that we met. Andy knows. Andy knows the tragedy. Andy, I completely didn't know where the thing was. I backtracked all the way through the labyrinth, but I guess I must have missed it before then. And I'm very sad. I feel like if I want to share this game with the stream, I kind of want to do it right, but I don't know. I don't remember where things are. You don't know either. I did it once. I looked it up and did it like 10 years ago. And it is truly not in my brain anymore. So that wasn't going to happen. I know it's kind of obscure. That was in reference to me saying I'm getting blown. That did happen as well. That's true. Well, the moves make sense even though you've never played. Eli, probably. They're not complicated. As long as you understand the concept of Pokemon is that there are creatures that people catch and battle with. And like trainers and they're like pets, basically. That's all you need to know, really. Does hold up. We watched it recently. Cool. First had amazing messages, and that makes them high art. Well, I mean, it makes them art. Everything's art. Everything's art. But you know, it's not high cinema. No, it's not like art house cinema, is it? How many Pokemon games are there? Red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, crystal, ruby, sapphire, emerald, fire red, leaf green, diamond, pearl, platinum, heart gold, soul silver, black, white, black 2, white 2. Not another remake there, I don't think. X and Y. And then there's like Sun and Moon, but then there's Omega Sun, Ultra Moon, whatever they're called. Omega Sun, Omega Moon. Then there's also the remakes. No, it's Omega Ruby and Alpha Ruby and Omega Sapphire, whatever they're called. Those ones. Then Moon, yep. Sword and Shield. I don't know if there wasn't a remake with Sword and Shield, was there? So then there must have been just Scarlet and Violet, which is 22? Did I count 22? And that's the main games. There's also things like Arceus Legends, Mystery Dungeon games. There's all kinds. It's the biggest franchise in the world. There's so many games, but that's the main series. I think there's 22 main series games. I don't think if I've forgotten any. Did they remake? Brilliant Pearl and Shining, Blazing Pearl, Shining Diamond, whatever it's called. The remakes of Gen 4. The 24. Main games. Yeah, main series games, I would say. Wait, 122 what? Games? Yeah, honestly, I believe 122 games if you count all the spin-offs, the entire franchise. I would say 24 main series games, unless I've missed any in that count. L22. Oh, 122. One number has been replaced by an L. Can you guess which? You're only the devious puzzle master. Including spin-offs. Yeah. Game 1 has 4 versions. Do you mean red, blue, and then fire red, leaf green? Or do you mean red, blue, yellow, and something else I don't know? There's also like Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, but they're not really main series games, I wouldn't say. For the gens, Eli, every Pokemon generation is like a set of games which has its own set of Pokemon, and each generation adds more Pokemon. So the Red and Blue was Gen 1, and that had 150 Pokemon, the originals. Then Gold and Silver added another 100, 101, 100-ish. And that's Gen 2. And then Ruby and Sapphire added another 100 and something, 170 or something. And that's Gen 3, 130-ish. And they release new games in each generation, usually. So like after Ruby and Sapphire, they released Emerald, but Emerald wasn't a new generation, it was just a new game in Generation 3. And so on. The Master at Hiding I. Hiding L. Hiding L or I, who knows which one it is. Wait, in fact, Blobsy, I feel like you might have said L am a Master at Hiding I. Except the last one looks longer, which is like the L. But now I'm not so sure. What you could have done. Yeah, on GameCube, there was Pokemon Stadium on the N64 and Stadium 2. Colosseum was on the GameCube. And then, like, Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, whatever that one was called. There's so many. Don't say Mega out loud or suddenly, so that's a serious risk. Blazing Diamond, Shining Pearl. Yes, Andy, that's ones. Let's Go, yep. Yeah, I wasn't counting Let's Go or Snap or Arena and all those. Pokemon Go is a Pokemon game. Again, very much not a main series game. Red, green. Oh, red and green, right, but the... I would probably narrow it down to English versions, otherwise you then get very complicated. Pokemon Unite, yep. Not created... Well, there's a few that aren't created by Game Freak. Pokemon Go, for example, is not a Game Freak game. But yeah, it's the biggest franchise in the world. It's like the best-selling franchise in all of media. Games, toys, cards, books, films, TV. It's the biggest one that covers all those things. So, there's a lot of Pokemon out there. So for those who didn't catch what happened right there in the video game, we were drowning because the room filled with water, and then Curly gave us her air tank. We now have Curly's air tank. Allows for underwater breathing. So, Curly, of course, then didn't have an air tank. So that's very sad. Did, in fact, sacrifice her life for us. Oh god. Pushed. Oh god. Being zoomed. Let's see where I'm going. Interesting. Okay. Ah, okay. Oh no, I'm being whipped around every which way right now. Terrible. Got him. No, I wanted the door. There's a little door. Send me to the door. I missed the little door. I'm so sad. I don't know what it was. No, I want to go there. Ow! My God. There we are. Something's coming. Oh my God. Not what I bargained for. There is all of a sudden. Ow, the rocks. Oh, he's shooting backwards at me now, the bastard. Yeah. Nice. Blue was a patched version initially in Japan, and then worldwide red and blue. Look at this fish. Good deal. Ow! Piece of shit. Get out of here. Just wanted to talk to him. Truly I did. Pokemon Ranger? Yeah, I don't even know what Pokemon Ranger is. I've heard of it. I don't know what the hell that game is. Power World is also not created by Game Freak. Very, sort of specifically not made by Game Freak. You eatery can't tell the difference there. There are 9 eyes. Wait. You literally can't tell the difference there. I see. I see. You've got all the line character. That's definitely one of the characters. One of the characters which you can use in a message on the internet. Fish face. Fish face emote. Eli's fish face. Oh, I can get... let's go in here. Nothing? Scammed? I'm sorry, what? I just have my jellyfish juice jacked. I got juice jacked? I got jelly juice jacked? This is unbelievable. Oh no, wait, 'cause I already did it. Damn it. Wasted. I jelly juice. I jelly juice goofed. That's what I did. Map. Lovely. Can I actually use it? There is a map. Oh! This looks familiar. Yeah, no, I definitely must have done this before sometime. The tattoo is molting. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Excited for the day Game Freak releases a good modern game. I mean, Pokemon is just like Pokemon. It's not... I don't expect massive innovation. I think Scarlet and Violet were really cool. They were really good. Like, the exploration and the movement and stuff is really, really fun. But they're always going to be safe, right? They're always going to be Pokemon games at their core, which are not very adventurous. It's like, hey, catch the Pokemon and level them up and then fight people and beat the gym leaders. I'm not sort of expecting much more than that. As long as the Pokemon look cool and it's fun to run around. Like a good Pokemon game. Report to Egg Corridor. Okay, back to Egg Corridor. Back to Egg. Violent explosion. What the heck is going on around here? With good multiplayer options, that's a good point. I do like some multiplayer. Scarlet and Violet, again, did multiplayer. It was kind of janky, but it worked. I did play it with my kid from time to time. Eli Tattoo Law? Gasp. Been blessed with knowledge. I've thought about tattoos in the past, I'll be honest with you. And I can see myself doing it. But I don't know what would actually make me kind of take the step to do so. I feel like I wouldn't just do it randomly. I'd almost feel like it need to be for an occasion or something. More missiles. Hooray. You have a Moomin one and a Fibonacci one. Very cool. Well, Moomin's great, and Fibonacci sequences are very interesting. Seeing the designs of all the gym leaders is always your favourite part. Yeah, I think Pokemon is just like character design and charm, and Pokemon design, obviously, being part of that. If they do something really cool with it, then great, but if it's just another Pokemon game, it's usually still pretty fun. Not for everybody, I guess. You'll have many more when you're no longer poor. I understand that as well. I've heard that sentiment many times. You like being excited about the starters and then being heartbroken seeing the evolutions. They make them all bipedal, like Digimon characters. Yeah, no, I get that. There's some really cool ones. There's a few that I've really liked. Let me think. I swear there's some that I really like. I've not played any in a while, so I kind of don't have a good sense of which ones are from which gen at this point. I didn't know they insta-killed you, I'll be honest with you. Hang on, I want to check. Cemetery. Cemetery rings a bell. And there's something there that I can get with this booster. Appreciate the Moomin tattoo, yeah. Fibonacci is like a mathematical sequence of numbers where each number is the sum of the previous two numbers, but it also makes cool curves and is like found in nature sometimes, like the sort of gradient of it is found in nature, so it's kind of a cool mystical thing almost. Some people take it too seriously, but it's just a cool sequence of numbers. They're just good things to kind of follow if you want to like design something. They're like this very, very pleasant arc to them. The Weed Cat. Yeah, the Weed Cat was kind of cool. That's one I chose for Scarlet and Violet. That is the first time I ever chose a... Wait. No. What's... Sword and Shield was the first time I ever chose a fire starter. the only fire starter I ever chose. The only twisted fire starter, I think. Wait, no, Sword and Shield was Grookey, right? The little monkey. No, I'm sure. There was something about a fire starter. I can't remember what it is now. There was something about a fire starter because I've always chosen water and grass, and it's almost always been alternating. Water and grass have been my favourites. So not counting Gen 3, it was always grass. It was water, grass. Not Gen 3, water, grass. Gen 6, I don't remember very well. Starters. Yeah, I've got good knowledge of Pokemon, but it's like slightly escaping me just now. Usually, if I could see pictures of them, I'd be able to identify them all and say who they were. Have any business with you? Do I not? Why did I come here then? Alright, guy. There's a gym leader named Whitney. You lived for that, even though she was so fucking plain. Well, she was the normal type gym leader, right? But she had a notoriously difficult to beat Miltank. That's all I know about the people's experience of Whitney in Pokemon. I don't know what that mushroom guy was doing. Guess he was nothing. Guess he was just hanging out there, insisting I have no business with him. Incineroar, yeah, no, Incineroar was pretty lame. And they didn't even make it interesting to, like, fire and dark. They made it was firefighting, wasn't it? And people are sick of firefighting. There were like 3 firefighting Pokemon in a row. And everyone was like, stop making them firefighting. I will say that the Scarlet Violet fire starter and its evolutions are very cool. I'm a big fan of them. I forget the names of any of them. But it's like the Fire Ghost. Why did that fall on me right now? The little apple crocodile fella. Whatever he had going on. Oh, that's why I didn't think this guy was alive, because I shot him a lot of times, but I guess my things don't reach just quite that high. Ouch, ouch. Yeah, you're fine. Slid into some enemies a little bit more than I intended to. Hello? I'm sorry, what? I was even behind cover. I was like, oh, he's going to explode. I'll hide behind cover. And then it just carpets the whole screen. Ridiculous. Eli Hating Numbers has a number-related image reprinted on their skin. This is true. How dubious. Vicious. I feel like Yoni might not want to watch this part because there are dragons here, and they are very sad. I do have to kill some of them. kill you? No, I don't. Oh, I do. Wonderful. Oh, spikes on the floor. I was like, what the hell? What the hell just hit me? Cold breeze blows through. Okay, before that happens, catch up on chat. You're a main water starter. Sprigatito. I like Sprigatito. Can't with the duck. The duck's a bit much, I will say. But I do like the fire one as well. Can't tell you half the Pokemon's names. I mean, I've probably lost my edge on them in the last few years, but certainly, like, visually, I can identify most of them all the way up to probably Gen 6, maybe Gen 7, not really Gen 8, Sword and Shield, because I don't know, I didn't play those really. And then some Gen 9, some. I like the concept behind Fuecoco's evolutions, but the designs don't speak to you. I don't like them. I like the big fire ghost alligator guy, Day of the Dead thing. You like the round guy? Yeah, I mean the round guy is very starter coded, right? He's like just a little guy, and they have to get more big guys when they become evolutions in somewhere. Pepper Gay Duck and Weak Cat. But Fuecoco was so beloved. I think Fuecoco was like very, very memed about. A hot pepper Pokemon, yes, I remember that one. Capsicid, and then it evolves into the thing with like the two peppers hanging down. It's like fighting. Is it? No, it's fire grass, isn't it? Yeah. The original form is supposed to be cute, and the final form is supposed to be badass. You fall in love with the cute form. Yeah, that's true. There's some Pokemon that I really love and don't love the evolutions. Not so much starters. I don't tend to have that reaction to them. But like one of my favourite Pokemon is Dragonair. And Dragonite's just kind of a big goofy guy. He's kind of funny, but like Dragonair's so cool. Dratini's just a cool, like a cute little guy. And then Dragonair's really cool, really like elegant and graceful. And then Dragonite's just like a big fucking dude. Big guy in a dragon costume. Let's make sure to kill any and all Capsicid in that area. Yeah. Same with Paras in Legends. They're a pest and they're everywhere. You played 6 NIMMT. Is this a D's Nut? Eli, is this a really elaborate D's Nuts joke? 6 Nimped. I think Cyndaquil's neat. I like Cyndaquil. My favourite from Gen 2 was Chikorita. It's not as... Eli, you've got form, I'm afraid. You are guilty until proven innocent. It's German, though. Okay. Right. Deal with this cold breeze. Oh, it's some dragons. Oh, no. Meet the sisters. Did it. Progress. Oh, there's a hole here. I see it. I see it. Ow! Unbelievable behaviour. 6 D's Nimmt nuts, obviously. You studied German, Carol knows. You've been caught out, Eli. 32 Heb auf. 32 Heb auf these nuts? No, I don't. Cynical's an all-time favourite. Yeah, it's a good one. Crimson, hello. Why am I shooting sisters? Listen. They came at me. You won't believe it. There was fire bellowing from their mouths. And murder in their eyes. How you doing, Crimson? Hope you're well. Oh. Save point? Let's go here first. Fire-breathing nuns. I don't think they were nuns. They were actual sisters. They were also dragons. They were possibly also babies, just to be even more tragic. Egg number 0 has hatched. Incubation successful. Who's up there? There he is. Oh, it's you. I didn't know if you were safe or not. I'm the only person here. After you took off to Sand Zone, we sped up on preparations for securing an escape. It was then that misery showed up. Sue was taken away, and Professor Booster, he disappeared somewhere. The Doctor has apparently acquired the flower seeds, but I'm not blaming you. The Doctor's victory was certain from the moment he acquired the Demon Crown. It's only a matter of time before his Mamiga army is ready to attack the surface. If that does happen, it'll be futile to try to defeat the Doctor, even for you. You have no choice but to run from this place. Anyway, an escape is possible, but only by using a flying dragon. That's why I came here, all on my own, with the flying dragon that I need hatched safely. Want to escape with me? Yep. Where do I? Did you just save it? Hang on. Outer wall. There's our little dragon friend. We should check Discord. No, Eli, it's going to be a D's Nuts. You're going to D's Nuts us. And it's going to be terrible. I will not check Discord, ever. Ever again. D's Nuts you with an IRL photo and a DM. It's terrible. I now can't open Discord anymore. So, I mean... Sorry to anyone who likes hanging out with me on Discord, but... Can't do it now. 32 Heb... Oh, 32 pickup. Right. The French suited deck has 32 cards. Interesting. French suited deck? I didn't know about that. We talk about boobs, because you're incredibly disappointed in mine. I mean, takes all sorts. Takes all sorts to build a village. Maybe. To build a village of boobs. Nothing wrong with small boobs. They're lovely. Absolutely lovely. You're also very disappointed in yours. You see, it kind of takes... It swings and roundabouts, you know. Right, we're getting on the dragon. Ah, is this an ending? This might be an ending. We might have finished the game, lads. That's how you and Kazuma safely escaped from the island. Right. Forgot about this. Soon after... Okay, here's the bad ending. This is a bad ending. The Doctor would use his flying so on and so on. Were the countries of the surface able to withstand the Doctor's relentless attacks? Great question. It doesn't really matter. Because we're on a dragon and we're flying away. You and Kazuma lived a humble life, hidden deep within the safe confines of mountains. Out of the Doctor's reach.